Alrighty. Hey, Juju. Hi, Beth. Oh my gosh, I'm so
Beth Kelsey.
jealous.
Hey, Moma Juju.
Up, Juju, that lady is, or that, I don't know how I've got a woman talking on mine. Yours is a guy, but I need to find my remote and turn him off. Beth, I am very jealous that you get to go thrifting in San Luis Obispo. That's incredible. So jealous. Let me know if you find any thrift shops that are like incredible because I may have to make hubby go on a road trip. That would be fun. All right, so I've got these puppies that I'm going to work on some, and I've got pages that I want to put into my, or start planning the pages that go into my book. Actually, I want to take a look at what I've got so far in this one and figure out if there's anything else that I need to sew into this or add to it, and then get this sewn in so I can actually start decorating it. Because right now, oops, I'm spreading my medicine out all over the place here. Right now, I am a tiny bit tired of working on these envelopes because, yeah, I've got all these that I've done. So maybe we will look at that first instead. Hi, is it Sasha from Australia? Awesome. Where are you at in Australia, Sasha? Sorry, it's wobbling. I'm trying to get this. Oh, you can't see the cable. Okay, that's okay. Oh, I love Solvang. Very cool. Solvang is a very cool place. Did you hit Anderson's? It's not in Solvang. I can't remember the city that it's in, but Anderson's split pea soup. And the Gold Coast in Queensland. I don't think I have been to the Gold Coast yet. I went to I have family that is in Sydney. For some reason, my camera wants to fall over. So I'm trying to get it to hold still here. I have family that lives in Sydney, and we have been to, they used to live in Townsville, so I've been there. I know that's not Queensland, though. And then, oh, wait a minute, that is Queensland, yes. And then we went to a place called The Entrance, and oh gosh, there was another one that had a really fun name. Coolangatta. Coolangatta, that's the other place I've been to. But that's it so far in Australia, so. I love Australia. I really want to move there, but because my grandsons, my bonus daughter, and her husband all live there, but I guess in order to do it on a grandparent visa, we have to have half of the girls, half of my husband's girls living there, and that would mean two of them, and there's only one living there, so yeah. That's what I was thinking, that Coolangatta was at the south end of the Gold Coast. I couldn't remember if I had been at the Gold Coast or not. I know, yeah. And I know that they went up. There was one day that I stayed in the hotel, and they went up somewhere further south or further north on the Gold Coast, but I don't remember where it was. We also went somewhere there that was had like a marine park kind of thing. um, had animals and all the shows and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. Okay, so this is what I have so far, and I do want to put in the front of this, yeah, Beth, there's a place, it's called Anderson's Split Pea Soup. It's like famous. I think they even make it in um, like can it and stuff, but I cannot remember the name of the town. It might have been Main Beach. That doesn't sound familiar though. I'm not sure. Okay, so I want to put right here an envelope, but y'all know me. You know, I have to be matchy matchy. I would really like to have something that has a reindeer on it, since this book is Rudolph. But have I made anything with a reindeer on it yet? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So, you know what? I don't think I even have. I just realized that that set of ephemera that I have does not have any reindeer in it. Yeah, I'm not sure, Beth, where. And they may not be open anymore. They have been around for a million years. It has been a very, very long time that they've been around. I apologize for the noise that you can hear in the background. That is my lovely little kitten's toy that he is harassing right now instead of harassing us, so that's a good thing. I know, Juju. That set doesn't have any deer in it. What is wrong with them? But I don't think I have any deer except for, and I may have to use one of them. Goodness. I have this, but I don't want to tear it up because it's cute. Okay. I do have from Jay, I think I have a reindeer and stuff that I got from Jay. Let me look. Look how cute these Santas are. Oh my goodness. There's those. There's that Santa. Santa. I mean, I guess I could use Santa in all reality because Rudolph is part of Santa, but I really want a reindeer. I feel like I'm playing cards now. I could have swore I saw her. There we go. Oh my goodness, and he's cute. Okay, we got this little dude here. Isn't he cute? Can you see that? Oh, where am I? Up camera. Come on. Other way. There we go. And now it's shiny. There we go. Isn't he cute? I love him. Hey, Dana. I think that is the only reindeer I have, unfortunately. I've got snowmen, I've got a candy house, I've got a bunch of Santas. I'm going to have to find reindeer somewhere, because I have like 3 more reindeer books to do. I also have this, but I don't know that that's, I don't want that. I want to put one of my envelopes up there. So we can do something with this tag to get an envelope there. That'll work. Maybe with a tree. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So let me find an envelope, the one I want. Hey, Mama. So, I changed Mom's name on her account, so she's no longer John Brown. She is now Patty, Cards by Grandma. So, that's my mom that you see there. It's okay if you misbehave, she gets it. Just misbehave within reason. You're always going to be Mom John, though, Mama. Well, she was on, Beth, she was on, she was logged on under my dad's name. Because the account she was using was Dad's, and it was John Brown, so some of them have called her Big John, Mom John. There's been, yes, that'll work, okay. Ginger Mom, Ginger Mom, Ginger's Mama. She just doesn't like being called late for dinner, huh, Mom? Don't call her late for dinner and you're all good. Okay, I have this green. That's not Rudolphy. Right, right, Juju? All kinds of them. Poor Mama's all confused as to who she is. Poor Mama. Okay, I don't know if I like that with the reindeer. I guess it's not too bad. There is some pink in there. And it goes good with that, because it's all part of a set. Hello, Diana. Okay, get the edge torn here. I was wondering where Di was at, but I saw she just sent us a message about that concert. I forgot she was going to a concert tonight. Karen, hey. I am always up late, Karen. Always. And since I'm always up late, I figured for those people that, okay, book hold still. For those people that are night owls or insomniacs or live on the West Coast like I do, I might as well come on and play because I was going to be doing stuff anyway. So might as well make a place for people to hang out. Okay, I need some words. Where'd my words go? That's a good question. Is the kitten messing with you? Yeah. He's a funny boy. Okay, let's see. Words. Oh, I'm drinking coffee, but it's decaf, so. But yes, I can be here for people that have too much coffee. Brenda's only half here. You're not night owling tonight, Brenda? I know Juju's going to be up for a while because she's playing still. She was on a roll. I think we might have scared that poor lady that we went over and raided. Diana, you just woke up? Yes, Karen, I know that you, if you lay down, you're out. You've said that before. Okay, let's see here. I don't like that just by itself. It needs something else in there. Yeah, she had a lot of cool stuff, Beth. And then she also announced that well, did you know that she's got 2 vendors that she's working with now? She had some cool stuff from Lori from Paint Girly, and then Amy Kreckman is also going to start selling some stuff through her. Um, she didn't have her mocha paper though. I was really bummed. But she said she would have her mocha paper next week. And she had it done, but it was still drying, and she didn't want to bring it out because she wasn't sure whether she would be able to ship it right away if it was wet. So I bought some of Lori's stuff last week too. I fell asleep halfway through last week, so I didn't get a chance to finish watching. I am kind of liking the spring right here. But it's too little. I want a bigger one like that. Oh, that's not good, Brenda. You need to take care of yourself. Yeah, she had a lot of little golden books, but she did have a bunch of stuff left over, so you can watch her do team replay and let her know if there's anything you want, because she did have stuff that was left. That one's fallen off. I don't see. Okay. I was trying to go for the pink, but I don't think that's going to work. I could do this one, but that one's really big. I wanted like a halfway in between. Yes, Brenda, me too. I sat here yesterday after I got a package in the mail and said, "You're not buying any more." And then I went to Lovely's and I bought more. But Jay's doing the Christmas stuff, and I only bought Christmas. I didn't buy anything else because I do have a bunch of other stuff. What about that? So that was my main focus, trying to get more stuff for my journals just to make sure that I had enough. Yes, Beth, definitely watch the replay. That would be a good thing. Actually, what about if this one comes up now? Oh, come on. Do you need me to move the screen in, zoom it in closer? Is that too far away? I think I like that better. Green polka dots. that's too big. Okay, let's go with that. But I think I will move that. You can see fine. Okay. I just feel like it's kind of far away. Let me just a tad. Oops, that was not a tad. There we go. That's better. Or is that right where it was before? It might be in a little bit closer. Okay. I think I'll offset that like that. Okay. I'm happy with that. So, let me find... My shirt looks like it's gray under this light. I made the mistake of washing it with other things when we were in Florida, and I probably should not have done that. I wonder how long that other one would have lasted. The other what? Juju's laughing at me again. The pink one? The little pink one? Hey, I made a quicker decision than I have been, though. I am getting a little better. Let's go with the red. Okay. All right, good night, Karen. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I've been on almost every night lately after Juju, so if you're ever awake and bored, then come on in. I do not know why the lid was off of that. Okay. See, Juju only says that because she would have had that frame glued down and stuck. I haven't been to too many different places here, Beth. There is one that I really like. I initially was just trying like Goodwill, but their prices are just too high anymore. Hi, Judah. Their prices are just too high anymore, and I hate it. Oops. But I found one over on Watt Avenue, off of Watt and 80, that's Noah's Thrift and Gift, I think is what it's called. And I really like it. There's the money that comes from it goes to back to people in the Ukraine, or back to children in the Ukraine who have lost their families. And I had, when I was teaching here in Sacramento, I had a lot of students that were Ukrainian, so that kind of makes me feel really good. But they have really good prices. They're clean. But that's as far as I have gotten in as far as thrift stores here. I do know that there's also, oh, Mom, what's the one that's there on Auburn? Put them on it and then let it dry. There's another one that's on Auburn and the freeway that I've been to before, but not as far as thrifting for uh, crafting supplies. It was when I was planning my wedding, and I was looking for a bunch of books then, and they had a lot of really good stuff there. Um, oh, that's cool. Oh, I did go to another one that was next to Hobby Lobby on Roseville Road. Um, that was, hey, Anna Marie, nice to see you here. Um, it was run, I think it's run by Weave. And for those of you that don't know, Weave is Women Escaping a Violent Environment. It's, I don't know if it's an organization just here in Sacramento, but um, I think that's who it is. I can't remember for sure, but they did have some really cool stuff too. I found some books that were like super cheaply priced, that were vintage, like bordering on antique. But at the time I wasn't really sure exactly what it was that I needed, so I didn't buy very much. So those are the only ones I've been to. I know there's quite a few. I have a big old list. But my normal thrifting person that I go with can't handle me being out that long. Or she can't handle being out that long. Are you still here, Ma? All right, so that one's done. I'm going to put this in the front of the journal. Maybe over there so I don't cover that up. Yeah, it was very well displayed. It was like a, I don't know, to me it almost looked like more like a regular store than a thrift store because it was very well displayed. Very clean. It was right, it was in the same shopping center as Hobby Lobby. Like just a couple doors down from them. Okay, and I'm going to glue this on as a tuck so that I can not only tuck things inside the envelope, but then you can also tuck behind the envelope as well. Anna Marie, what time is it there? Oop. Oh, I got red on my... I got red on my white zigzag. Zigzag. It's not called zigzag. What is that called? 7:46 a.m. on Saturday. Here for me, it's 10:46 a.m. or p.m. Sorry, 10:46 p.m. Forgot what I was saying. I'm an East Coast girl. West Coast girl. So brain and mouth are not cooperating with each other today. If you haven't noticed. All right, so that gives me a place to tuck there and tuck there, and I should have left it alone because I just lifted it. So we are going to let that dry. So what I want to do now is I want to go through, I want to look and see if there's anywhere that I want to sew anything else onto. And then if I don't want to sew anything else onto the pages, then I'm going to go ahead and stick them in, or if I want to add any more pages. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and sew it into the book so I can start actually decorating this one, because this is going to be my prototype for all of the other ones that I'm going to make. So, all right. And I decided, for those of you that weren't here last night, so I started out by sewing on every page, and I didn't like it, and it made it puff up really fast too. Did I sew the cover? No, I didn't. I just put, I glued, this is a piece of chipboard that I covered with fabric and then covered with paper on the inside and adhered it, glued it to the book, and then just put the rickrack down. So I didn't sew it. But when I did this, the easiest way I have found to take little golden books apart is you, and I'm going to do a whole video on it, but I use my heat tool and loosen the spine, the golden part, or in this case, the red part. It loosens it right up so you can take it off in one piece, and then you can just pull out the two staples that are in there. And when I go to put the book back together, what I do is split so that, you know, the piece comes out like about this. So then I split it and I put half of it back on the front and then half of it back on the back. So it still looks like a little golden book, but then it has this part here. So thank you, Mama Juju. And then I cover that little denty part. I know there's a word for it, but that little denty part from bending it back and forth so much, I cover that. So, and this one, so for me, I don't mind taking a little golden book apart, but I have to, it needs to look as much like a little golden book still as possible. Does that make sense? So I still want the gold on here. I still want the book itself, the story, to be in the correct order so that you can actually read the story still. I don't cut the pages of the book. There's people that cut the pages and end up cutting part of the animals off, and to me that's sacrilege. I saw somebody that took the book, cut this whole part off and threw that away, and my heart was just like, no. And then she took two of the folios, so a 2-page spread. She took 2 of those, so 4 pages out, and then tossed the rest of it off to the side to cut up and use somewhere else. And that just, I don't know, to me that doesn't make any sense. But I grew up with these kind of books and they're close to my heart, so yeah. All right, so this is going to be a pocket. I stitched around, I knew I wanted to stitch around this page because I wanted to stitch the pocket closed, okay? And this is just a 12 by 12 piece of scrapbook paper. I keep moving it up, sorry. And so I thought, okay, I'm just going to stitch everything, but then after I did it, I don't like the stitching on the little golden book pages. It just, I don't know why, to me, I don't like it. I did put a little pocket here with a little card, to cover up the, publisher information, but it does still have up here, it says 24th printing 1978. So this is a actual vintage book. This paper is from Jacqueline, and it's okay sewed. I take it or leave it. This was a page from an 8x6 pad of paper that I attached an envelope to. And ideally what I would have done with that envelope is the flap over here. If I was thinking, I would have just sewn the 2 sides down so that it would then serve as a tuck. But I took the strip off, so then I put paper there so that it wouldn't be sticky. And then I put glue over the whole thing and stuck it down anyway. So what I did instead was a tag that I had made for a challenge. I just went ahead and stuck that tag on. So now it's a pocket there. And this thing is sturdy. There's junk mail and sandwiched in between 2 pieces of paper on this side and then on the other side too. So it's a sturdy pocket. So there's that. Sewed around it. You can't really see it. That's okay. Again, I don't like it on here. I do want to sew these because then this is a gift bag. And so I do want to sew those because then it makes it more of a pocket. You don't have to fight with that extra, the little extra part right there. I put some red paper in there because I pulled the handles off and I didn't like the how it looked after I tore that out. So this is some paper that I painted and then stitched. This one I would have stitched anyway because of the pocket. I ran out of yarn or thread here, so I didn't stitch anymore. So, and I like this page so much better. I like this without the stitching, and I like this without the stitching. This is just something that I copy dyed. There's a little bit of a pattern on the back of it. And then I printed this from something fairies. Something fairy, what is it? Crafting Fairy? No. Graphics Fairy. Graphics Fairy. That's from Graphics Fairy. So then here's the rest of it. I sewed here to make just a little tuck here. So when we get to the next one, I changed my mind and decided that again, this is my prototype. I'm keeping this, so if it's different, I don't care. This time I only sewed around the pocket on this page. Same with this one. I only sewed around the pocket. I didn't sew up here. I didn't sew up here. I did not sew on the reindeer pages. I sewed, this is from Debbie Epps, and I sewed here and down the side so that I've got a little tuck right there, but I didn't sew anywhere else. Another piece of that 8x6 from that 8x6 pad. This is a vellum envelope, and you could see under here, you could see that little white strip that makes it so it's not sticky. And I didn't like that, so I just took a strip from the same scrapbook paper or scrap pack and put that on there. There was a whole bunch of strips like this that look like a little skinny present like that, and then I stitched around the envelope. I'm happy with this not being sewed. This is a card from Jacqueline that she died. And then I painted, these are coloring book pages that I painted, that Juju thought I was crazy that I was painting them instead of coloring them. But he didn't want to color them. And then I've got this page that has these little kids on it, and this was the original one that I had done. But during another live when I was working on this, Juju helped me figure out a different way to do it, and I like that way a whole lot better. As I go through this, I'm going to put so that these don't lift, because I didn't go back and I didn't go back and stitch again. I'm just going to put a little dab of glue there, and that'll make it so that it doesn't come apart. But so I did sew on this, but again, it was only around the pocket area. So I think I'm happy with all of the pages. I don't think I need any more pages in here. So the only thing I need to think about is on some of these pages that are a little more blank and empty looking, like this one, whether I want to sew or need to sew anything onto it. And I don't think I will. I think I would rather do something like on, you know, something like just paper clip a pocket with a tag inside of it. So I don't think I need to do anything there. All right, let me stop and read what's going on here, because I've talked for a long time. You're welcome, Judah. Juju, you awesome, putting everybody's stuff in there for me. You think you're vintage? Well, Juju, we are. We are. Anything over, oh, what is it? Over 25 years, I think, is vintage. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. Beth, you are not antique. You would have to be over 100. Yes, Juju, me too, me too. See, Beth, that's what I do with my journals. I'm not a journaler. Um, I use, I put pictures in, but then I also write about it. So, like, if I was using this, it would be from Christmas, or maybe as a, uh, oh, what do they call that? The Christmas thing that they do, where they do something different each day. They take a picture or write about something that they did each day for that month of Christmas. You know what I'm talking about? Christmas Daily or something like that. Anyway, so you know that it would be something like that. December Daily. Thank you, Juju. Um, just it would be something for me. It would be something like that that had pictures and writing in it because I'm not a person to sit down and write about stuff. Um, and I'm not, unlike a lot of the people that are on here watching right now, I'm not a, I don't do art journals. I don't do like the collaging with, although Juju's trying to get me to make messes. But I don't do like the collaging of pictures from magazines and that kind of thing, at least not in this kind of journal. Um, so, yeah. And I do my journals like this with the little golden books. I do like to keep them clean um, because they're not, they're vintage, but they're not what you would think of as, they're retro. These are, okay, let me rephrase that. These are retro. 25 years is retro. Vintage is 50, I think. I don't remember now. Anyway, with these kind of like retro books, I don't, I like to keep them clean because it just makes it, it just feels right, you know what I mean? But if I was doing something more vintage, like if I was working with something from the 40s or 30s or 20s, yeah, it would be a little more grungy and inked up and that kind of thing. So it just depends on what kind of book I'm working in. Does that make sense? Sala, hi. I got to see Sala last night and this morning. So yeah, so that's why this looks so clean, is because I don't sorry, I keep making the camera bounce. I don't, for this style, to me, that's what it should be. So yeah. All right. You know, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and stitch everything in, or not stitch. I'm gonna go ahead and sew the signatures in. And then if there's anything that I feel like should have been sewn in, I can just take that and stitch around the outside of it and then glue it in to make it look like it was sewn in, and then it still has that detail there. So let me find some scrap paper here. You would think I would have scrap paper sitting right next to me, but no. Actually, I want some. There we go. Okay. I actually wanted some cardstock, so it was a little bit thicker. 20 to 30 years is vintage. I have 26 of these that I'm attempting to make. Was it Amy? Somebody, I think it might have been Amy, thought that was rather funny. Or no, maybe it was, actually I think it was Jacqueline. One of the two of them was like, oh, okay, yeah, you go ahead and try that. Tell me how it works for you. Like, I'm not sure if that's a vote of confidence or not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 20s to the 90s, and then it's more. Oh, wait a minute. No, okay. Well, see, yeah, Judah, it is ambitious, but what my plan is that um, I make this prototype so I know exactly what it is I want to do in each book. So each book will be basically exactly like this, but with different papers and different tags. Does that make sense? It'll still, everything will have a tag on the same page, but it might be a different looking tag. So yeah, so just to me that makes it's a little bit more assembly style. Okay, so this book is 7 7/8. So I'm gonna cut this down there. And then I can't remember if I did a 1.5 or a 2-inch spine, and I had written it down. And Harley ate it. No, there it is. 1.5. 1.5. Okay. I thought he'd eaten it. I know there was a piece of paper that he did get a hold of, so. Alright, so 1.5. This paper could, well, maybe if I wasn't using it upside down, it might be better. Hi, Brenda. I thought you were going to sleep. Yeah, Beth, the only reason I can do this is because I retired in February. Otherwise, I don't think I would be able to do it either. I retired on February 22nd, and I started my YouTube channel on February 23rd. I still needed that. Maybe it was the other Brenda that was saying that she was tired and was going to go to sleep. I don't remember who it was now. I'm hoping these sell. I'm going to try. We'll see if anybody wants them. Okay, so I want to do this in half. So half of... Oh gosh, I'm going to do public math. This is scary. Half of 1.5 is 3/4, right? I taught kindergarten math. We didn't have to do stuff like this. Oh, and then it moved. That's not even straight, darn it. I can't even use the scoreboard the right way. Oh my goodness. That's scary. Okay. I got that line folded. We're done. Okay, so I'm going to do half. And then I'm going to do half of the half. Oh wow, Beth, that's, yeah. I taught for 25 years, and I just, in the middle of the school year, I was done. I just couldn't do it anymore. Oh, nice, Judah. No, we did not, Brenda. We didn't do hand turkeys. We drew turkeys, but we didn't do hand turkeys. My kindergartners are not the same as what we were, and they weren't able to do little things like that. Okay, don't laugh. I'm going to count. 1, 2, oh wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of 3/4 is a half. Quarter, quarter, quarter. Is that right? Oh my goodness. Okay. Here's what we're doing. We're just going to fold this way because I'm not going to public math and embarrass myself anymore. Well, Judah, I'm glad I could inspire you to start doing, I'm going to do it this way because I can't figure out my lines on that side. I'm glad I inspired you to start working on your Christmas stuff. It'll make it so that it's not so crazy at Christmas time, because I, for one, am typically the one that is still finishing the project when I'm supposed to be walking out the door to go to the person's house. So, yeah. Wow, Beth, at the same place for that long? No, that wouldn't math right. See? I told you I don't math. I can count to 10. I can add to 20 because I have 10 fingers and 10 toes, and that's about it. Okay, and this doesn't have to be exactly perfect because it's a junk journal, right? Who said junk journals had to be perfect? Judah, are you talking about Lovely? Okay, so now I'm going to fold this in half this way. And I like to do the 5-hole pamphlet stitch, not just the 3, because it, I feel like it just does better. Okay, now I have to remember how to do this. Hold on. Is it in half? Oh goodness, I haven't sewn in a journal in a while. Half and half only gives me 4. That only gives me 4. Okay. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, so. Oops. You storing things. Oh, wow. Is my mathing scaring you, Sala? I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to put a hole here. I'm going to find a better pencil. I'll do it with a pen because it doesn't matter. I think I was making Sala nervous. So I'm just putting dots where those creases are, where they meet. And then up here, I'm going to go in a centimeter. So, oops, let's come over here. We're going to go a centimeter down on both sides. got a cat sitting behind me. It's not Harley, but it's the other one, Skella. And every time I move just a tiny bit and lean forward, she takes over, and I have less and less chair to sit in now. Okay. Next thing I need is a book. Where's my old book at? Don't know what happened to my old book thingy. That's fine. We can do it in this. This will work. Okay, Pokey Tool. That's funny, Sella. I thought maybe I was scaring you. No, what is she doing? That's not right. That's not the way we do it here in the Netherlands. This woman is crazy. Okay, so I have my 4 holes. This gives me 1/4 of an inch from the side of the spine to the first signature, 1/4 of an inch over here, and then I've got 1/2 an inch of room to grow. So, yeah. Yeah, Harley gets shooed away because he steals stuff. Well, Juju, I tried to math. You saw how well that worked. I figured out 1/4 of an inch and then, or 3/4 of an inch, and then it just wasn't, yeah, it just wasn't working. Well, I'll try to show you Skella. She's not very cooperative. Harley is sleeping somewhere. Come here, Skell. It's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay. Shh. This is Skella. She's my little rescue kitty. Oh, she's actually gonna stay. She was out in our front yard, and my stepdaughter took a picture of her and sent me a message, and it had me in tears. She was so emaciated that you could see her skin and bones. So I called her Skelly because she was so skinny. And I don't know if you can tell on her ear here that it's flattened out, it's clipped. This one's pointy and this one's not. So she was a cat that had been, they'd done the catch and release where they catch them, they take them and clip their ears. And, well, they take them and fix them, spay and neuter them, and then they clip their ears, and that's how that they show that they've been spayed or neutered already. So if they catch them again, yeah. So then, bye, girlie. Okay. What I figured out is that she, oh, she's drooling. She, had some sort of disease that affects her teeth. And so she can't, she couldn't, her teeth were so severely infected that she couldn't eat. She would try to eat. She was so hungry, and she would try to eat. I kept trying to feed her out in the yard, just to see if I could help, and it just wasn't doing anything. I don't know why I put that away. I still need it. So we captured her and tried to take her someplace that could help her, and they wouldn't do it without somebody paying for it. And I just wasn't sure I wanted to do that. And then I felt bad and ended up finding a place that would do it for that would, you know, look at her and see what was going on for fairly cheap. And that's when I found out that she had this problem with her teeth. And they ended up pulling almost all of her teeth. The only teeth she has are the canines on the top and the canines on the bottom, and then the teeth that are in between those. So she has no teeth on the sides of her mouth now. So she is now an indoor cat. She doesn't, you open the door and she doesn't even try to go outside. She loves loves being in the house. But she's not the friendliest of cats. She doesn't like Harley so much. But I don't blame her. There's times where I don't like Harley so much either. On my first live that I did with live at the Ginger Cat Ladies Craft Table, he got right here at the table, sat down, and reached up to the camera trying to pull the whole tripod down. It was, yeah. He's a mischief maker. So I'm sure he'll be here sometime. Harley is very handsome. I love the markings on him. I'm really surprised he's not here. He's around somewhere, but because usually I start talking and he shows up. I think he thinks that he's supposed to be in the middle of it. So yes, exactly, Sulla. I think that's exactly how she feels. She's safe, she's fed, and she doesn't need anything else. So my husband, funny enough, was like, we don't need another cat, we don't need another cat, and she adopted him. And she would, every time he sits down in his chair out in the living room to watch TV, she crawls up on his lap or in between his legs on the recliner and sits there, happy as can be. So kind of cracks me up. Yes, his swirls are pretty cool. My other Ginger wasn't swirly like that. He just had regular, just the regular, like, tiger stripe kind of, you know. I like to go back on this side and push him again in, you know, from this side, just so that I can get that part that, you know how when you make your holes to bind, it kind of pushes, pops some of it out, and this just kind of helps it to go back inside so it's not as, it's not bumpy on the outside. I bought some buttons because I wanted to put buttons on the spine too, but I don't know that I want to mess with stitching them in. I think what I might do is just go in later and stitch them onto my binding instead. So, okay. So now I'm going to find my center here. This part out of the way, and I'm going to use this first one because this is my first signature, and I'm going to mark this as my, why is that pencil still around? There we go. Okay, I'm going to mark this as my top so that I know that's my top, so that I use this one for the next one, and then I'm going to use this side to mark the center of this one. Oh, I thought I was going to have a craft lunch. I had, when I was younger, I had taken a test to work for the county of Sacramento, and my husband, or well, he was my boyfriend at the time, but they ended up marrying him later. He and my wife both told he and my mom, sorry, both told me that no, the first job that was offered to me was at the pound for Sacramento County. And they both said, nah, that's not happening. You are not getting a job there. Because they know me. I would end up with every single animal that was about to be euthanized at my house. And that just would not work. I know, isn't that one cool? I really like this one. They also have it like, it also comes in like this little tag that you can use as well. So, okay. So I've got that, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to actually, I'm just going to poke the hole, and then the hole's already there, and then when I line it up with the other ones, then it'll be nice and easy to poke it. Okay, there's that one. Yes, I would have literally taken my work home from the shelter. And they were both like, yeah, no, you're just going to be heartbroken all the time. That's not going to happen. So, yeah, I just have one of those big hearts when it comes to people, to cats, or to, not cats, to pets. And it's kind of funny because when we were in Florida with my sister-in-law, she was talking because she and her husband never had kids, and she is not close to her sister or her sister's kids, and she's not my brother-in-law's son is a whole different story. And so she was kind of like, well, what do I do? What am I going to do with everything when I pass? And, we were talking about, how she needed to get a will and stuff because she didn't have any of that kind of stuff. Or they didn't have any of that kind of stuff. And so I said, well, I was trying to think of places for her to, that she could, like, donate and stuff. And she said that, they have Dobermans, and I told her, I said, oh, well, why don't you, like, maybe donate to, like, a rescue for Dobermans or whatever. And she's like, people are way more important than animals, and, I'd rather help people. And to me, I mean, yeah, people are important. And she also had this whole thing about how animals don't have souls and whatever, and, people believe different things, and I'm good with that, whatever. But the thing that to me, pets can't help themselves, especially pets that are in a rescue situation. It's not their fault that they have been treated the way that they've been, that has made them to the point where they feel like they need to protect themselves and end up biting a human or another animal or whatever, and if you don't believe that, that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying that my way is the right way, but that's my belief. And so if there weren't children to give money to on my side of the family, then yeah, my money would go to a cat shelter to help with cats, because again, they can't take care of themselves. They are very dependent on us, and it's not Skella's fault that she couldn't eat. It's the people who dumped her, because she knows how to use a litter box. She knows how to behave in a house. She's never ruined any furniture or anything like that. She is a really good cat when it comes to that. Oh, I take it back. She did scratch up one of my chairs when we first got her. But she knew how to use a scratch, like the little scratch pad things, and how to use a litter box and stuff. And so I really feel like somebody just dumped her when they saw that she was sick, because they either couldn't afford it or just didn't want to, or whatever the case may be. I don't know. I'm not them. I don't know what their situation is, but okay. Do not panic. I'm not going to poke myself. There we go. I always worry as to whether this is going to come out where I want it to or not. Yeah, animals can't ask for help. Humans can, and at the same time, humans put themselves into some of the situations that they get into that are not good. You know what I mean? Hey, Sandy. Another West Coaster here. Um, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't help people, but my heart really goes out to animals because they just, pets, because they just don't have that option to take care of themselves. Okay, there's one poked. Stay there. Just trying to fall off. I had all of these out, and then my helper got a hold of things. My not so helpful helper. Look at this box. Isn't this cool? This was my grandmother's. My mom gave it to me. It's a vintage little sewing kit. It's really cool. It doesn't have a date on it or anything, but it came from my grandma, so it's old. This not so old. It had catnip sardines in it. Toys for the cat. Are you going to bed? Yeah. Okay. Night, baby. Okay, let's make sure that my pages are right where I want them to be. They are. Hey, Tanya. We've got Australia, or not Australia. Tanya is in New Zealand. We've got Finland. That's where Sula's at. And we have... Do we still have Norway here? Anna Marie was here. I don't know if she is still here or not. I hope I didn't miss her leaving and I didn't say bye to her. Brenda, is your Falco a black or a gray tabby or a ginger tabby? Because I think it's just a ginger, or not a ginger. I think it's just a tabby thing that they have that constant what's going on thing look to their face, you know? This tag in here is so fat that I can't get the book to close enough to get the thing on it. The clippy on it. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on reading here at the same time. Alrighty. Yeah, it looks like Anna Marie might have left us. We did have Norway in the house. But Finland's close-ish, right? Oh my gosh, that one is really thick. I can't clip it any closer because that tag has that big old Christmas ball on the top of it. Good night, Judah. Thank you for showing up, and you're welcome. I will do it again in a regular video where I'll show you how I take the whole book apart and figure out my papers and all that kind of stuff, but I want to get my my prototype done so I can start figuring out exactly what I want to do. Plus, I needed a break from working on those tags, or those pockets. It was getting a little boring. I figured you guys might need a little bit of a break from it too. Yes, Norway. That's what I thought. You did have a border with them. Are your littles still in bed right now, Sala? Where's my hole? There it is. Yeah, Judith, check the thrift stores. Or the other thing you can do too is go to Lovely's crafting lodge. She had a sale today and she had a bunch of little golden books. She didn't have any Christmas ones, and I don't remember the ones that she had left, but they were only 50 cents each. So, I mean, it could at least be one. Ah, there's Anna Marie. You know, maybe at least one that you can practice on, because I'm sure shipping wouldn't be very much on something like that. So that's something you could check out. But otherwise, check thrift stores and stuff. Okay, next up, I need... Oh my gosh, that's a mess. Oh, the one thing I didn't order was colored. I want to get some red and green flax thread, but I haven't done that yet, so. Good night, Beth. Thank you for hanging out. And if you do find any good spots, let me know, please. I would love to know. It's like I said, I can have hubby take us on a road trip. I'm always up for good thrift shops. Okay. I know most people do 3 times the book size. Oh, look at that. Not before I even start. 3 times the height of their book. I usually only do 2.5. I find that that's more than enough for what I'm doing. For those of you that weren't here earlier, Beth is on a road trip down in not the southern part of California, but like closer to the south than it is to the north. In San Luis Obispo. You may have heard of San Luis Obispo before. She's down in that area, and she's checking out thrift stores, and I am so jealous. It's about a 3-hour drive, I think. 3-4 hour drive, I think, to get to that area for me. So it's not a day trip, but it's that area is a nice area to go and visit, so and stay. Okay, let me wind this up really quick. Oh yeah, yeah. And even check at your library too, because a lot of times libraries will do books that they're getting rid of, and they will sell them. So that could be another spot that you could find. a book from as well. Okay, where do my needle go? There it is. Okay, that is not... Did I do 2.5? I swear I did. 1, 2.5. Okay, that looks really short for some reason. Alright, we'll try it, and if it doesn't work, then we'll try again. And we'll save this for a baby book. Or a little book, not a baby book. Alright, I like to go in from the middle, from the inside. And then I saw recently somebody do this, and I thought it was the smartest thing ever. Oops, I closed my thing up already. They take a clip and they clip the tail of the thread down to start with so that they can keep it tight. I thought, well, look at that. That's so smart. Okay, and then we're going to go back in through this second one. Why am I doing it so it's not attached to the book? Why was nobody yelling at me? I was going to sew the signature to itself, not to the book. I know you all are sitting there doing, what is she doing? Why is she doing that? What is wrong with her? All right, let's attach it to the book like we were supposed to be. Next time, yell at me. Or maybe you were and I'm on top chat so I can't even see what's going on. Much of a conversation have I missed? Wait, Pam, thank you, Sandy. I'm just going to chalk it up to delay, right? It's delay. Here I am sounding like I know what I'm doing. Not so much. All right, let's try this again. We're going to clip it to the side of the book so that when we pull it tight, it doesn't try to pull it through, and also helps to keep it taut a little bit better. If it'll stay where it's supposed to stay. Wow, it's wiggly. All right, now I'm going to go through my next hole up, right, down. Okay, I'll know in a minute when I do this if it doesn't look right, and then if it's not right, we'll just tear it apart again because, yeah, learn from my mistakes, right? Okay. I am not an expert on this. I usually look like a hot mess when I'm doing it because I can never get it to go through the hole the way I want it to go through the hole. I don't know why. So it's usually kind of a little bit loosey-goosey at first. But it's actually cooperating with you right now, which is amazing. I don't think that's going to be long enough. Okay, let me pull a little bit more through. Maybe I should have gone with 3. I don't know why it looks so short to me. Okay. That goes in there. I'm not doing this right. Yeah, you're right, Brenda. I should. That would make it a whole lot easier. I'm thinking on the cover that I'm gonna, because these pages stick out a little bit, I think I'm gonna put some of the little like pom-pom that I have along the edges to make it look a little bit better. Okay. All right, that's tight. And wait a minute, did I go the right direction? Oh my gosh, guys, I'm sorry. Where's my other book? I need to take a look at my book to see what I'm doing, because like I said, it's been a while since I did one of these. Oops. Okay. Oh, and that one's a 3-stitch. Or a 3-hole. Well, but if I stick in the middle hole again, then I don't think I'm going to have enough to get me back up to those other holes. But I feel like what I'm doing is right, but it just doesn't feel right. So, okay. I'm just gonna try. Because that would be normally, if I go back in, that would be normally where I tie it off. Because I do have this whole other... Okay, hang on a second. Let me think for a second. I went out. Okay, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. I think this is supposed to go... Oh my god. Okay. If somebody knows what I'm doing, yes, it's 5, Sandy. It's a 5-hole. Doesn't it go... You go in. Oh, I think I was supposed to go in and then up. In. Down. No. In, up. In here. Down. Jeez Louise. See, I've always done 2.5 with my 5s, but I don't think I'm doing my holes right, which is what is confusing me. So hold on a second. Let me Let me look here really quick. Nothing looking like a dummy when you're supposed to be showing people how well, no. I'm showing you what I know how to do. Obviously, I'm not that good at this yet. If it was a 3-hole, then yes, I would be perfect with going where I'm at, but it's not a 3-hole, so okay. So I go in there. Okay, I know where I went wrong. Okay. Okay, I got it. We go in there and then we come up here. Maybe I should stick with 3 holes from now on. Okay, and then you go in through there again. Without poking through the other one, which is near to impossible. Okay, I can't have it pinned to the, or clipped to the, oh, wait a minute, no, I can do it that way. Okay. Where'd my needle go? Okay, up through there. And then down through this hole. You're gonna come out, there we go. Let's tighten you up. Okay, that's tight, that's tight. Come on, oh, I pierced it, dang it. All right. Next time I'm not doing it on live. Maybe next time I'll know what I'm doing. Well, Juju, you can learn right now on how not to do it the right way. See, my problem is that I pierced it when I went back through, and it won't tighten now, so. Okay. Watch and learn the correct way to do the 5-hole. Oh, the Coptic is insane. There is no way. Isn't that the one where you, like, sew a layer to a layer, and then you do it again, and then you have to do it, like, a couple times, and then you attach it to the next one and have to do the same thing all over again with, like, each little page or something? Does Cindy do the Coptic journals? Can't remember who I saw that did them. Okay. Alright, we are going to go in through here. And then through this hole here. in through there. Yes, it doesn't always go wrong. I think that is a rule. I haven't seen that one, Brenda. That sounds cool. Ooh, that went through way too easy. Yes, that 2-needle one is crazy. I don't think I could do that. That would be, I can't do 1 needle without messing something up. Okay, got it through that part. Now let's just get it through. Come on. Nope. Get it through there without piercing it. Okay, go through. No, you're not gonna do it? You're in there, why won't you go? Come on, baby. And then I pulled it out. It's a good thing you can't see the faces I'm making. Oh my goodness, go in the hole. Maybe it's like golf. Do I need to yell, in the hole, to get it to work? Come on. Did I do it? Ouch. Yep, I did it. 4. I always hate it when people in the audience yell, in the hole! And it's like, yeah, because the ball's listening to you, dude. Okay, we are tight there. We are tight there. Okay. So now we're going to come down here and go through that hole. Supposedly. There we go. Blood sport. It can be, huh? Yes, Brenda, behave yourself. But I think I know what you're saying. Because it's a saying that my husband has all the time. Okay, and then back through down here. Where's the hole for that one? I know you probably can't see what you're doing, but I can't see what I'm doing either, so. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sometimes the tears part seems to be the worst. Or happen the most. Yes, Brenda. Oh my goodness, go in the bloody hole. I need to get that off the book. Okay. Where'd the hole go? There it is. There's that one. It just doesn't want to go through this part down here. Nope. It's going through layers instead of all the way through the hole. Nope. Dang it, I thought I felt it. Does anybody else struggle this bad? Or is it just me? Haha. Tears of happy accidents? Yes. Unfortunately. Come on, and then the needle comes off. Okay. There we go. Okay, back through that hole. Sorry if my head keeps popping in your way. And then we're gonna go back through this middle hole. Without puncturing the string, which is near to impossible. Is anybody timing how long this is taking me? Brenda. It must be like childbirth because I don't ever remember it being this torturous, but then as I start doing it again, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this was torture last time too. Okay. Are you going through the hole? Haha! Through the hole! Yay! Oh, but then did I pierce it? Is that why you're not going through? What's going on? It doesn't want to go all the way through. Or did it? Are you all the way through? You're all the way through, yay! Okay. Alright, for some reason that 2.5 was shorter this time than it normally seems like, so I will do 3 next time. Because I usually do have more than that left over. Where are my tweezers? Oh god, I didn't even check that part. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's right? Everything's right. Okay. Whew. You got me scared there for a second, Sandy. Alright. Did I get it on both sides? I don't remember. I did. Okay. I was going to use that, but that's not going to help me. Okay. Go through the hole. Oh, God. There we go. It doesn't work when you're trying to tie it with from a different direction. Did you sense a moment? Yes, you did, because all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I did not check to see if everything was up the right direction. And then I saw Sandy's comment and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's not good. Please don't let that be me. Okay. After an hour and 45 minutes, I don't know, that signature's in. I promise this one will go faster. Because I'm not going to look like an idiot twice in the same... Oh. Whew. Okay, I just looked like an idiot again. I had this page and I looked and I'm like, oh my God, where are my holes? Where'd they go? That's part of the signature. They're here. They're still here. We're okay. All right, I already cut this. I already cut it. We're just gonna have to use it. Needle. Oh no, Sandy, I've done it before too. I've also done it and realized after partway through that one of the pages didn't even get sewn in. Like I missed it, and it's just like in the middle. I know, Sala. I watched her do. I've watched other people do it too, and it's just they do it so fast, and it just looks so easy, and then you get to watch me. Are you learning from Brenda on how to be a non-crafter, but have all the crafting stuff? Is that what you're saying? Okay, we're gonna go through this one. I just checked. I am the right side up, so we are good there. Come on. I'm going to go to my next hole up. After I pull it through a little ways. Next hole up, put it in. I know technically attaching it to the book is what people do, but that's just too hard for me. I think that's part of the reason why I was struggling with finding some of the holes, because I couldn't move it like I needed to. Are you gonna go in? Well, why aren't you going through all of the holes? There we go. Okay, no, you don't get to make your own hole. You have to go through the hole I have. Okay, there's that. And then back up here to the top hole. I look like I need some boo-boo tape up there. It looks like part of that ripped, but it's okay because it's my book, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Wow, there's a huge delay, isn't there? Like on the screen right now, well, this isn't going to make sense to you guys, but on my screen right now, I am seeing me tie the last signature, but I'm already partway through doing the second signature, and that's not what it's showing on the screen. That's crazy. Okay. Go back through the second hole. Do not pierce it, because then you can't pull it. And struggle, 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 struggle some more. Hopefully my head's not getting in the way. If it is, I apologize. Ah! Time travel. Well, Brenda, your spending isn't bad if you use it or if you sell it again. But if you just have it sit there, oops, that is a full-on piercing. There we go, that's better. Although I can't really say much because I did have scrapbooking stuff that sat a lot. There you go. Okay. I just didn't finish reading what you were typing. Okay. Back down through this hole now. Yes, the organizing part comes first. And then, but you know what, that helps too, because then you start looking at stuff and thinking, okay, do I really need this? Am I really going to use that? Which makes it easier than to um, get everything figured out. I know I have things that I'm thinking that I bought that when I bought it, I thought, yeah, I want this, but now, even in just the short period of time that I've been doing this, I'm like, no, I don't really want this. I don't think I'll use it. I need to, so I need to go through and get rid of some stuff too. Okay, I need to tighten this up. Okay, there's that. There's that. Oh, come on. What is that noise? Last night we actually got rain and thunder and lightning here. And I'm like telling everybody before, oh yeah, we don't get any of that stuff. I'm in California. It never does that here. And then it does it. And then Michelle was also getting thunder and lightning, and she's like, nah, that's just my thunder and lightning that you hear. It was pretty funny. That's true, Sala. That's true. That could be. Um, okay, why? I pierced you again, didn't I? Dang it. I just want to make you tight. But I also want to make you shorter. Dang it. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay, and I pierced it down here too. Darn it. There seriously has to be an easier way to do this. I think the next ones are going to be 3-hole. They're easier. 3D octopuses in a journal? How do you do that? Right, Sandy? And all of a sudden it's like, well, I need this and I need that and I need this and I need that. And then I watch Mama Juju and she's got things that she's doing, and I'm like, that's really cool, but then I have to buy this and this and this, and then it makes a mess. And I do think that the 5-hole is sturdier, which is why I'm doing it, but at the same time it's frustrating me, so now I want to cheapskate it, which I probably shouldn't. Yeah, resin, gel plates, Frida! So we have Germany, we have Finland, we might still have Norway. I'm not sure if Anna Marie is still here, but we have Frida's from Germany. Frida, we've got Sala here, who is from Finland. And we're currently watching Pam struggle on trying to bind a book. Oh, goodness, come back here. Oh, yeah, that's helpful. Now all these little strings are getting stuck in there, too. Guys, I'm a hot mess. I'm sorry. Hot mess. Not just a hot mess. I'm a hot mess. Yes, Europe in the house. Come on, you booger. It's all Europe and East Coast, and then there's Sandy and I. Sandy and I are the only ones that, well, at least here in the States, that should be awake still. Or that, yeah, well, we shouldn't even be awake still. I guess the only people that should be awake still are Frida and Anna Marie and Sala. Because it is their morning time. Like actual morning time. Frida, I'm looking so forward to your series that you're going to work on with doing all of the going back old school and using the stuff that you started out with, and that sounds like so much fun. Oh, come on. You know what the problem is this cover's in my way. Okay, don't puncture it. The holes on the inside of this book are going to be so huge by the time I get done. This is ridiculous, Pam. Oh, come on. Maybe I'll send out and have somebody else bind them. Okay. We specialize in hot mess. Yeah, I just think it really sounds like a cool concept, Frida. Because even though I profess to know what I'm doing, I think it's always cool to go back and look at other ways to do things. Because there might be something that I've been wanting to do, but I just don't have that, and I don't want to go out and buy that. But if there's a cheaper way, like what you did the other day with the so if you haven't watched Frida, she had a video the other day where she used embossing powder, and she changed the color of solid or of white embossing powder and clear embossing powder by using eye makeup, because it's got, most eye makeup has the mica powders in it anyway, and so she was able to get some customized colors by doing that, and I thought that was really cool, because you can go to Dollar Tree and get some really cheap makeup that is all shimmery and stuff, and you know, be able to make something a different color very, very easily and very cheaply. So, because having to have all of the colors, that's hard, you know. Okay, go in the hole. Thank you. There we go. It was the clear? Okay, for some reason I thought you had white as well. Sandy, go to the Dollar Tree. Or go shopping in your bathroom. I don't have makeup. I haven't worn makeup in so long, so I wouldn't be able to go shopping in my bathroom, so I would have to head to Dollar Tree. Harley, that was rude. Say hi to the peoples. You're gonna get a needle in your bottom. So, Solid, do you just mix the ink in with the embossing powder then? Yes, there's Harley. He's going to attempt to knock my camera stand over on my head again. He did that in the middle of a video the other day. It was for the 15-minute challenge that Pam at Silver and Sparkles hosts. Hey, that's my copy. And he freaking alcoholic caffeinated cat right in the middle of it, he knocked the camera over on my head, and I lost like 5 minutes because I had to fix the camera, and then I had to sit here and whine about my head hurting for a bit, and then yes, he is a pretty kitty, pretty obnoxious. Somebody yesterday was saying he was a terrorist, and that was funny because that's exactly what I used to say. He was my little orange terrorist. All right, come on. This is the last hole. You can do it, Pam. You can do it. This trying not to split thing is really hard. Maybe I need to not try so hard. Harley, no. All right, open back up. Where are you? Okay, not splitting there. Not splitting. Go in. Are you in? Oh my goodness, I cannot get through this last hole. Yes, he's playful. He is definitely playful. What are you trying to steal from me, mister? The copy thing, though, is annoying. No. Please be careful. Oh my goodness, he's so silly. Go through the bloody hole. Good Lord. I should go back to scrapbooking. I don't have to stick needles through anything. All right, in through the hole. Fingers crossed it's not split so I can tighten it and call this nightmare done. It is split, but I can unsplit this one very easily. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can get it tight. It's all tight out there. It's all tight in here. Let's get you on the other side. Really, what are you doing? Oh, good Lord, Karen. Karen, sorry, Brenda. Why did I say Karen? That's not okay. Back out you go. 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 That's not happening, sir. Almost had the camera on my head again. Please don't knock it over. Harley! I can't do this one-handed, buddy. I can't do it two-handed. Was that 2 knots? Did anybody count? I'm going to do another one just to be safe. Harley? Okay, come on. Come on, buddy. Out you go. Out you go. Thank you. Okay, sorry I screamed in your ear. I had a cat that was attempting to knock everything over. All right, guess what? I did it. I done did it. All right, let me get stuff back under here so it's out of our way. Get the clippies out of here. I know, right, Juju? How long has it been? I think that probably took me at least an hour. Okay, I think the next thing I want to do is put some trim on here. Well, first of all, let's make sure all of the pages got sewn in. I didn't miss anything. Okay, we're okay there. Yay, I did it, I did it, I did it. Yeah, I wish you would enjoy staying under my desk. I think it's partially my fault because when he was a tiny kitten, when I first got him, he I had a bed up here on the table for him because I didn't want him out of my eyesight at that time, just to make sure he wasn't getting into anything or using the restroom where he wasn't supposed to or whatever. And so I think that, you know, is part of the reason why he likes being up here so much. And on top of the fact that he is a friendly kitten and wants to hang out with me and is loving sometimes, but he's also very much so a pain in the butt. Okay, so, oh my goodness, look how cute that is. Cute, cute, cute. I love it. See, the only problem is if I had a she shed, I would then miss him. Because I do enjoy having him around. I just wish he would do it without being so obnoxious. It would probably help if I didn't have so many little cool places to slide under and crawl under and explore, you know? And so many fun things to bat around and play with. Okay, I'm going to go one, oops, come back here. I'm gonna go one up just a little bit. Yeah, Brenda has tons of cats. That would be crazy. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, Frida, is that they are expensive and you don't ever use it up. So why not go with the clear and color your own? Because even mica powders are expensive to buy, but if you can do it with your um, makeup, then that's a lot easier. Okay, look how cute that is. It doesn't completely cover up the papers that are sticking out, but I don't really care. I don't really care. Um, I do think though that what I will do, at least with the papers like this one, when I go to do the rest of them, I think what I'll do is make sure that I fold it so that it's just a little bit short of the book so it doesn't stick out. Because I think it's mostly papers like that that are sticking out, not my, not the little golden book papers themselves. Oh, got glue all over it on the inside. That's good. Okay, so there's that side. That's really cute. I love it. Alright, I am having issues with some of these strings here. I thought I chopped them all before I stuck them in, but apparently I got impatient and did not do that. I did chop all of the first ones. Oh, that's right. I wanted to go through and add some little some dots of glue to make sure that the thread doesn't come undone. I finished making the book without strangling myself. Or Harley. And maybe a few hairs short on my head, but hey, they're trying to come out on their own anyway. Okay, there's that one. What is this hot mess? Okay. Thank you, Sandy. It's good in most places. There's somewhere it's not so good. There's somewhere I've had to go back and backtrack on them because I went too far. I haven't figured out with the zigzag like this on how to do the corner the right way. It's I don't know if you can see right there how it just kind of goes straight across. It doesn't zig and then zag again. And that is that kind of frustrates me. I did stop on, I was doing the zigzag on the cards or on the envelopes too, and I stopped and started doing them with the straight stitch, and I kind of like that better. So I don't know, I might just keep doing the straight stitch. I might just zigzag in some spots, you know, with the on the pages. I haven't really figured out. Now, like this one, I went, yeah. I'm not consistent, unfortunately. Some of them I backstitch, some of them I do not. I don't know why. Always end corners on the left. So that the needle's on the left? Is that what you're saying, April? Or Juju? This one? I made that, Brenda. It's a copy die with a plastic placemat from Temu. It turns out really cool, huh? And it actually, on this one, it actually went all the way through. I was surprised. Most of the time when I do it, that doesn't go all the way through. I hiss at Harley to get him away from my coffee. And then he talks back to me. Little teenage child of mine. I don't know who he thinks he is. And those don't look like they're going anywhere. And then I don't know what's up with my sewing machine. Look at this. It's like hot messville, and then not so good, and then good, and then not so good, and then same thing up here. I think my tension must be messed up or something. I'm not really sure. But when I looked, I don't really see any way to change my tension, so. Yours was the tension, Juju? Yeah, I have a feeling that's what it is. I just need to find the book and figure out if there's a way to change the tension. Because I did notice, too, on a couple things that there were stitches that were skipped. It wasn't... like it went down, up, and then across, and then back down. It didn't, you know, do the whole zigzag thing. So I don't know quite what happened in that spot. Well, and then my problem too is that I never really know when quite to stop when I get to the corner. How close to the corner do I get before I stop when I, you know, with a zigzag? I've got it figured out when it comes to doing it just with a regular straight stitch, but with the zigzag it's a little bit tougher. Okay, these need to be trimmed. I like some threads, but I don't like really long threads. That bothers me. It's just too easy to get all tangled up and stuff. Okay, you need some glue. Oh, is that what it is, Frida? Because it doesn't do it on all papers. It only does it sometimes. It's kind of funny. And I noticed it did it, the papers that I had the most problems with were actually the little golden book pages, which I'm not going to stitch on anymore because I didn't like the look of it once I did it. I don't know what it is about it, but I just don't, I don't like it. So I think I'm gonna, well, I know I'm not gonna do it on the other ones. Which is why I wanted to make a prototype, so I could figure out exactly what it was that I wanted it to look like before I went and made a whole bunch of them. You've got dark clouds and storm rolling in. You know what's funny? I tried to do the wonky, and when I try to do it on purpose, I can't do it. When I try to sew straight, I can't do it. So I get wonky on accident. I just got some wonky brain. You going night night, Juju? I will see you tomorrow. If the creek don't rise and the good Lord willing, right? Oh, come on, stop doing that. There we go. Night, Juju. I get wonky because my brain's wonky, so. I stopped trying to make it go wonky because it looked weird when I did that. Okay, where are you coming from that you're going in there? Okay. There we go. When I was sewing slippery fabric, I would use an old sewing pattern and line my seam. Then sew it. It always tears away easily. Oh, that's a good idea. It seems like, because I mean, when I look at all of my other ones, like, see this one dropped a stitch 2 times there. It poked the hole, but it didn't take the, leave the thread where it was supposed to. So, it seems like it's only on the little Golden Book pages that it did it, because on all of the other ones, the stitching seems to be pretty normal. So, at least normal for, as normal things can be for me. Right? Frida, that would be a nightmare. Okay, so when it's this kind of paper, we're going to do this, but when it's this kind of paper, we're going to do this, and Yeah, I'm just not gonna sew at that point. It's a slippery slope, but bum. All right, did I get all the crazy threads? It looks like it. Okay, that one's not going nowhere, and I glued that one. Okay. That's all better. All better, all better. Oh, I need to finish gluing on the back. Is somebody else going to bed? I see Night Juju. Oh, nice hack, Brenda. Apparently I don't know how to read anymore either. I want to, Diana. In fact, I bought from, oh no, night, Brenda. Yes, I did. It's plugged in right now even. Thank you. um, I, bought some papers, some little papers from Lovely's. Look how cute these are. Aren't those adorable? So I figured I would date and sign them, and then what I also wanted to do was like write a little note on the back of it, and then I bought a little stamp so that I can stamp what number of book it is that I've made. Louisa Heinzel? Skella, what are you doing, girl? You're noisy. I think most people do. Most put notes in them. Most put, I would at least want to have my name in it just because if they ever wanted to go back and get another journal, or if a family member saw it and they're like, "Ooh, that's really cool. I want one," so they would be able to refer back to me. Um, Frida. And 49 dragonflies, yes. Diana, do you do, when you're crafting, do you do mostly junk journals, or do you do more like what Juju and Dana and Beth and those guys do? Okay. right, that is so cute. Oh my goodness. I love it, I love it, I love it. And then it'll have little tags picking up here. Hey, Lori. Eva. That one I'm not sure of, Frida. Eva who? The other ones I know, but Eva's not one that sounds familiar to me. I don't know that one. I'll have to... Oh, wait a minute. I might. Has she done stuff for, God, I can think of the name of the, or the... I can see the stuff that the person creates, and I can't think of her name. Yeah, it'll come to me when I'm sound asleep and won't have anybody to tell what it was. I might have seen something she's done, because that sounds familiar. Okay, so we got the signatures in. That took uncomfortably long to do. Got that done. Got my little envelope glued to the front and made it so that there's a tuck spot here. And when I tuck something in, I'll make sure that it's really cute so you can see it in the window. And then there's a tuck spot back behind as well, so there could be two things tucked in there like that. And then we got, so I think now all I need to do is kind of start thinking about what I want to put in like the pockets like this. And I think I saw a if she's the one I'm thinking of, I think she did a steampunk journal that I was looking at when I was working on mine, trying to get some ideas. I'll have to go back and look because I think it might be. Yeah, Diana, you're gonna love. I completely adore Barbara from Seven Plaza. She is so sweet and so humble and open and honest and just fantastic. And then Seven Plaza is great too. She has a really cool like grungy style. And I love the stuff that she and Tony have gotten together to do. Tony's another one of my faves. I would so love to be able to do some of the things that Tony does, but yeah. All right, so I need to figure out what I'm going to put on these pages. But that's too much for me to... Excuse me, too much for me to try and figure out tonight. So, I am going to work on some more of my envelopes to get those ready. Okay. Because then I also have, I have like little tags and stuff that I've made out of paper, out of book page that I need to finish sewing around, and then I can start stuffing because I've got tons of little tags and stuff over here and over there and all over the place. So let me look Eva up because I think it is the one that it might be the one that I am thinking of. No, ma'am. It is not time for you to eat. I do not care what you say. What is it again? Bohemian crafting. She does have a steampunk journal, but I don't know if it's the one I was thinking of. Doesn't look like it. I guess I could look at my history, huh? Can't you search in your history to see? See who you watched before, if I could find my history. Content analytics. Oh, you're in the wrong spot, dummy. There we go. History, view all. Yes, okay. Bohemian crafting. I have seen her before. I've got one in here from her for using toilet paper rolls to make things. Hidden paper clips. I think that might be the one that I think that might be the one that I was thinking of. Wrapped around travel folder from maps. So I do have a couple that I've watched from her. I've got 3 that I've watched from her. So yeah, I have, but I'll have to go and check her stuff out because it sounds like she's got a lot of really cool stuff. And just looking at what I could see from bringing her site up, it looked like she had a lot of really cool stuff. Oh my goodness, I cannot stop yawning. She's not the one I was thinking of, though. I don't think. Hang on a second here. No, that's not the one I was thinking of. No, okay. Well, I'm going to have to check her out then because that sounds like a really cool one. You don't like my keyboard, Frida? I like Bellaboo Creation. She has some cool stuff too. Right, Frida? It's 7 Plaza, Diana. All one word. Okay. Is it because of the colors, Frida, or the side, or the keys, the shape of the keys? Hey, who's tickling me? Stop that. Blind where you're not looking at the keyboard? But because of all the colors, you'd have to look at the keyboard? That's funny. Okay, I need to move. Sorry for the reach. I need to move some stuff out of my way here so I can function. Oh my goodness, I cannot stop yawning all of a sudden. Okay, glue up there. I think the one that I started watching the most, there was a couple that really got me into it. Seven Plaza, Kathleen Maurer. I love watching, I love her voice. It is just so calm and soothing and relaxing, and yeah. And she's just got, her style is really cool too. And then I used to watch a lot of Kathy's Garden too. Sorry, my nose is runny. Louisa's English has gotten so much better than it was with when she first started talking, or when she first started recording. I think it's cool to watch her progress. Oh my goodness, why can I not stop yawning? Okay. Oh, I just remembered I had these too. Look how cute he is. Isn't that adorable? It would, aw, bummer. I was hoping his face would fit in the window. Paper Outpost, Pam. Yeah. That bird drives me insane. All the noise it used to make. At one point, I thought she lived in Australia because the noises that the birds were making sounded like some of the Australian birds. Aw, yay, Brenda, that's sweet. I like that his little hat sticks out, but I don't look. All you see is his tongue. Alright, that's not gonna work for me. Okay. What do we got here? What's speaking to me? We got a Santa that's... I thought it was raining again there for a second, sorry. Nothing's speaking to me yet. Come on. Talk to me, talk to me. Joy, maybe. Maybe. I like that Joy better. She was a teacher? I guess I could cut the bottom. Or I could fold the bottom up too so that the whole dog was still there. Yeah, I think I'm kind of the same way, Sandy. Yeah, I heard Louisa mention it the other day that she was used to be a preschool teacher, I think it was. And I was like, oh, cool, I didn't know that. I like the ones that don't take themselves as serious either, too. I think it's harder to watch somebody that... I mean, some people like the professional side of it and having people look, you know, having it all look professional and sound professional. And I don't know. I don't. That's not fun to me. Okay, this one. That's the one I want. He's a cutie. I can't remember if I found 49 Dragonflies first or Louisa. I don't remember. And Tim Holtz, I had already known about him for a very long time. From back in my scrapbooking days. So just out of curiosity, how did you guys find me? I know some of you found me through me being at Juju's live. Frida, I think, found me when I was doing oh, Sandy, no way. So cool. I think Frida started watching me when I was doing my steampunk journal, but I don't know how you found that. DJ, yeah. Yeah. That's the other one that's in that I think she was so yeah. It was Seven Plaza, um Kathy's Garden, Kathleen Maurer, DJ, There was somebody else that I can't think of now. Oh, ABC April. Okay. When I was in Australia. My funny energy. I am a little silly. No, I am a lot silly. And then you add in my cat, and there's a whole lot of crazy chaos that happens up in here. I know that I think Brenda and Diana, I think, found me through um, Juju. I think through Juju, probably. Or Di. I don't remember how I found Di before I found Juju. Okay. Oh, Christ almighty, why do I keep yawning? Don't like it. What did I do with my words? I just had him here earlier. Oh, goodness gracious. I think so too, Brenda, yeah. Yeah, I think I found Di before Juju too. I don't remember what it was that she was doing. Juju was the first live I had already that I'd ever seen. Di, I found. I think I was watching a replay of a live. But Juju, I know she was my very first live that I ever went to. And that one ended up being an all-nighter. So I can tell, excuse me, until very early in the morning. Like next day, like sun was up in the sky early in the morning. I cannot get myself set up the right way today. That's way too big. Is that Miss Lovely? Oh, I guess it is time for her, isn't it? Wait, what are you doing up so early on a Saturday, girl? Creature of habit. But you don't have to get anybody up to go do anything, do you? Oh. Yeah, you mean from all the stuff I bought from you today? Here's me a couple days ago when I get a package. Oh my goodness, where am I going to put all this stuff? I don't have anywhere to put all this stuff. Here's me today. Oh yeah, or yesterday. Jay's having a sale. I gotta go see what Jay has. And I told myself not to buy anything. And what did I do? I started in right away. Yeah, Brenda. Yeah. There's some of them I've gone to that don't even acknowledge you when you get in. Like, there's been a couple that I've said hi several times in the chat, and you know, I'll say it like 2-3 times and nobody responds. And it's not that they're not talking, it's just that they're not talking to me. Like, they've got their people that they talk to all the time when they get there, and they're good with that, you know. um so yeah, I try 2 times, and if they're not going to say hi to me, I try once just normal. I try the second one with a whole bunch of obnoxious pink hands. um and if you still don't acknowledge me, because at that point I know that you had to have seen what I did, then I'm like, okay, peace out. I'm leaving. And I've never had that happen in um a lot of the other lives that I go to, unless the chat's moving really fast. And there's times where the chat is moving really fast. That's what I love about you, Jay. You just do your thing and you make everybody feel comfortable and make me laugh with your laugh. And oh, excuse me. I was on a roll today during your live. That's what I want, is something skinny like that, but I'm not finding skinny. But I don't really like what that one says. Right? It does need to be fun, otherwise what's the point? Because that's, even though it's technically a job for you, um, you do need to enjoy it, because otherwise, yeah, why do it? Okay, wait, can I think if I cut this one down, I might be able to make it work. Oh, but is the color okay? Erg. No, I don't want to do that because I don't like the color. I need to find a way. How do you guys organize your little word strips like this? J. Crew. No tattoos, though. Even if your crew goes for for your jugular. Oh, no worries. No worries. I was showing your stuff off, and they're like, I know there was, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Diana. That was like, wait, who made that red paper? And then it kept calling you Lovely's Crafting Cottage. And then she said, no, it's, and then she typed Lovely's Crafting Lodge. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. I said, oh, so you already know her? And she says, no, I liked that paper, so I was on trying to find her page. um, Yeah, there are some very stuck up, rude people. Oh, Sandy, yeah, that would never happen. That won't happen on my channel. That won't happen in Juju's channel. That won't happen at Jay's. Nobody has a problem. I mean, now, if that's all you're talking about and you're not, like, talking about what that person is doing or whatever, then, you know, but I don't. We're here to support each other. Everybody started somewhere, and there's enough people on YouTube that we don't need to fight over them. You know? Dang it, I keep finding ones I like and it's that ugly green color that doesn't match. I need to figure out a better way to store my stuff. This is a pain having to dig through it like this. I thought about trying to make like a little book that had little pockets in it that I could just like stick them in, you know? More snowmen with snowballs. Oh, Jay, I gotta show you the little snowman dude. He's really cute. I think it was one of your snowmen. Hang on a second. Yeah. No, it's not one of your little snowmen. Sorry. It isn't your snowman, because your snowman was too big for this, but, look how cute he is. Photo book from the Dollar Tree. What are you talking about, Jay? Hang on a second. Oh, wow, Sandy, that's crazy. Oh, durr. My brain, I swear. Yeah, but those... Somebody's going crazy right now. He's orange. Like the little, like, 4x6 ones? Or do they have them so that they're more divided? Is that how you store yours? Because I thought about making something that had, like, little strips, and then I could just stick it in there, you know, so that it was not hard to pull them out. You do? Okay. Can you maybe show me next Friday what they look like so I can see if it'll work for me? See, I do have an ephemera book. Somewhere. I don't know what I did with it though. I saw it the other day and then I put it in a stack and don't know where it went to. It's back here. Oh, here it is. So I thought of doing something like this. Oh, it's upside down now. But in a smaller version. That had like vellum instead of the black like this. But I was thinking something that was more of a like normal book size instead of this great big mambo thing. Shut up, cat. Yeah, Jay, that'd be perfect if you could. Oh no, that's I'll copy. If it's something that feels like it's gonna work for me, I'll copy. I'm not ashamed of it. There used to be in scrapbooking we called that scrap lifting, but I don't know if there's like a term for it in junk journaling or not. Because digging through this is driving me crazy. And the words that I want to use are not the right colors. Oh, are those the ones, Frida, that have the, like it's got the plastic page that you pull up, and it's kind of like the sticky weird stuff on the back? Kind that ruins your photos. My other problem with these is that half of them end up on the floor because they fall out of my hand. Yeah, it does stink when they lose their stick. I saw somebody that was using albums like that for their stickers. And at first they were taking all the stickers they were taking all of their stickers off and sticking them on the inside part, but then they realized that they could just stick the strip of it down. Um, and that worked too, so. Hey, you two need to stop fighting behind me here. No, that's a circle. Okay, I need to make one of those work because I'm over this. And the bummer is I don't want to take the time to sit here and make something for it because I want to get my journals done, but at the same time, I probably could have made something in the time that it took me to sit here and look through all of that stuff. Yeah, I want to get a whole bunch of them done, so that I can sell them between now and Christmas, hopefully. Um, I also, the school that I taught at, we, have a, excuse me. We have a harvest festival that we do, that they do every year. And they have, booths that you can rent and sell things, and I was thinking that it would be a cool thing to go there and be able to sell journals at, you know, at the book fair that, or not book fair, but the harvest festival and book fair that they have every year. So plus it would support my school too, so that would be cool. Yeah, those baseball card sheet protectors are cool. I've seen those used before. The other thing I've seen, I can't remember what it was, but I want to say, I saw something that was smaller, like what I'm looking for, and I want to say it was something that you stored, uh, you know, like when you would take your film in to get processed, and you'd get back those little strips of the, um, God, words are not working for me tonight, guys. I'm sorry. You know what I'm talking about. The little strips that are see through that they print it from. Uh, I've seen books like that, but they're all like vintage and like starting to fall apart. So that makes it hard. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about with the vellum. Um, I do have transparencies. I have a lot of transparencies. I also have a lot of sheet protectors that I could probably cut up and use and then sew those down because those aren't gonna um, tear as easily. Vellum tends to be fairly sturdy though, um, and you can get like thicker kind of vellum. Is that too small? Maybe it's better if I put it there. I think I like it there. Okay. Um, yeah, Frida, um, so and that's where I'm struggling. The books that I was talking about, the book I was trying to talk about is either for collecting and saving stamps in, and it was a strip. They were just a bunch of like vellum type strips that were on a book. And it was either for that, for stamps, or it was for the oh god, I almost had the word, it was right there. I keep wanting to say transparency and that's not what it is, but yeah. Down here on the right, or over up in here. Oh my gosh, it just got really hot in here all of a sudden. Yes. Negatives. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That word was driving me insane. Okay, you use 35 coin collector sheets to store my quick cut dies and the 24 to page for Sizzix original thin dies. Oh wow. See, and those would be good for little life ephemera things too. I know. So, like, there's some things I don't mind flipping through looking for something because then there's something else that catches my eye. But when it gets to the point where I'm using a word, I know what the word I know exactly what it is that I'm looking for. So I don't need other ideas in my way. You know? I would imagine you'd be able to get those fairly cheaply from Amazon. And then just pop them like in a binder or something. I don't know if I have any holly left. I've been using it like crazy. Oh, well, I've got these little spritty things. Oh, what are those? There's little tiny stars. I've got that. Okay. Oh, and now that's cold. Yeah, Brenda, I'm the same way. That's exactly what was going on. I could see what I was talking about. I could see the color, I could see the shape, I could see the little squares and all the little people in the bigger squares, but the words just weren't getting there. You sent it to me on Insta? I can't, I'll have to look at it later because it's up. My phone is right there. Coin collector storage. I've gotten some of the little books that you can like take your stickers off and then put your stickers down on. Those are not the right colors for that. Put your stickers down on the like waxy page, but who's got time to sit there and pull all their stickers off and put them somewhere else? And then I don't really even use that much in the way of stickers often, so everything I tend use tends to be more of a um, like paper ephemera from like digitals or these kinds of things. Oh, yay, Frida. Yay, that makes me happy. I love to support people on that are, you know, newer channels and growing, and um if other people hadn't have done it for me, I wouldn't be where I am. I'm still amazed that there's 600 people, over 600 people that want to come and learn from me when I just spent an hour and 45 minutes trying to trying to sew a stupid book together. He doesn't, Sandy. He doesn't get grumpy at all. He gets grumpy about like the dishes not being done or something like that, but it doesn't faze him that he knows I'm a night owl. He's resigned himself to that fact. Why would I kick you out, Frida? We have those what's it called? Adjustable bed. And so it's the way it's set up is that each each one is a separate bed. So it's basically two twin beds put together to make a king size bed. And so he can't really spread out, but what he does do is puts his like his cell phone and the remote, his Kindle, you know, whatever it is that he's used before he's gone to bed on my side of the bed. And I'm like, oh goodness, now I can't get in bed. Yes, I am. It's only been 3 hours. Oh, fun. Yay, Sala. Now you can come and watch my other form of torture. So one form of torture is not knowing what I'm doing when I'm trying to sew a book together. And the other form is auditioning things over and over and over to try and find the right one. um our bed had gotten to the point where it was hurting both of our backs and we just couldn't handle it anymore. And so we started looking into the adjustable ones, and a lot of them were, you know, you adjusted the whole thing. Well, what if I wanted my feet up and he wanted his feet down? You know, I mean, that doesn't work. You would have to compromise, and the way one person sleeps isn't the same as the other person. So that, to me, that was just too hard. And he likes to sleep with his head down, more flat, and his feet up a little bit. Whereas me, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'm not tired, so I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Um, I sleep. I think they call it zero gravity. So I'm kind of like in a V. Um, Lack of oxygen. Am I not breathing enough? Yeah, so I sleep more in like in a V, and that's very comfortable for me. Oh, really? Well, I haven't been yawning, or not yawning. I haven't been running. I've just been sitting here on my duff. I don't yawn. Shoot, I keep saying yawn. I don't run unless there's somebody with a knife behind me. um, I was really glad that we had gotten our beds when I broke my ankles, because otherwise, I don't know. This is really bugging me. Um, I don't know how I would have slept because I was in pain and I needed that swelling to stop, and the throbbing to stop, and that helped so much. Ah, thank you, Jay. Yeah, Brenda, I'm thinking I probably couldn't either. I had, I keep having this, not keep, but I've had this dream several times where somebody's trying to chase me and I can't get myself started to run, like it's just not a normal rhythm for my body or something. And yeah, it's weird. Okay. I don't know if I like that green. No, another something just hit the floor. I felt it hit my leg. So I was actually lucky enough today to get to meet Sala, um, kind of face to face. As close to face you can get when one of you is in Finland and the other one is in California. It was pretty cool. I used to do that when I was a kid. I would lay in bed and I would hold my breath. If I heard a noise and I thought that somebody was like trying to get me, um, so I'd lay there and I'd hold still and not breathe. Not move, not breathe. It was a little intimidating, yeah. There was one person that looked like if she would rather die than be there at the moment that she. I don't know if she's just not somebody, because I don't really know her, but I don't know if it's just, like peopling is not a comfortable thing for her or not. I can comfortably people on Zoom and through YouTube, but peopling in real life is hard. I get peopled out really easy, which is not a good thing for a teacher. Just saying. Because even though they're little, those little people are very needy. They take a lot out of you, especially when there's 20 of them. You guys can't see what I'm doing, can you? Sorry. I need to remember to move. I was editing a video while I was watching Juju's live, and you know what? I think I'm just gonna cut these apart and put them back together separately. Um, and I had to cut a bunch of stuff out because so much of it was um, out of the camera shot, or it was like way down low and there's everything's down here and it should be up here somewhere. So yeah, I need to be more mindful of that. I think what I need to do is get some sort of a mat and a mat that's bigger than this one and not pink, and then stay, that's where everything has to be, you know, and make it so that the middle of the mat is the middle of where I need to be. Okay, there's that part. Isn't that funny, Sala? I'm the same way. Especially in a chat like this. Um, I mean, I'm not in the chat, but I can't I can't see your faces, so it's not giving me any sort of oh my god, she's judging me. I can tell by the look on her face kind of feeling, you know? Although I was kind of feeling it when I was like doing the stupid binding of that book. I'm like, oh my god, these people are thinking, what is she doing? Does she really know what she's doing? Especially when I tried sewing the signature together before I even put it in the book. That was a fun one. Oh my goodness, Skella. A cat thinks she has to eat every 5 minutes. It's crazy. Thanks, Sandy. I know I shouldn't worry about stuff like that, and I try really hard. Um, and I think being a perfectionist, I just make things harder on myself. I know I make things harder on myself than what they really need to be. Because I'm always trying to, that didn't help. I'm always trying to, you know, make sure that it's perfect and looks good, and um, that is not what you guys saw tonight. It does look good now that it's done, but it was not done perfectly. Frida, that's probably kind of freeing. I've gotten better at not caring. It used to be a whole big, much bigger deal than what it is now for me, but I have learned that what other people think of me is not my problem. Okay, Red Brad, this is a place for crafters. Um, so if you're not a crafter, then you would probably be better off going somewhere else. Yes, Hala, that's very true. Yeah. Um, are social cues kind of hard for you, Frida? Okay, well, just what kind of things do you make, Red Bread? And if it's rude or inappropriate, then don't bother. Oh, geez. You know, I was trying to do like research and stuff um before I started my channel, and everything was like, make sure they see your face. People want to know what you look like, um and they were even saying that about like with crafting videos. And I'm like, but I don't want to show my face. I don't want to have to I don't want to have to get up and comb my hair that morning if I don't want to get up and comb my hair. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to uh put on my bra to sit down and craft if I don't have to. And I no, you're not going to get my face. The people that I was with in the Google meeting this morning got most of the best side of me, not all of it. Still had the pajama bottoms on. The hair looked halfway decent. I mean, that's yeah. I'm not a big fan, Frida. When I was younger, there wasn't enough to even have to bother to wear one, but now, old age and overweight, yeah, it's just not comfortable. Plus, I need to get a new one. The stupid wires have started on one side has poked through, and it keeps poking me in the armpit. And I, instead of buying a new one, I just keep putting I'm lazy, okay? I just keep putting medical tape over it because it sticks pretty much throughout the day. And then I don't have to worry about it. It's not stabbing me anymore. Yeah, Sala, I don't care to record my face either. I don't see a need for it. Um, People aren't there because they want to see me. Um, it's more of a they're you're here to see what it is that I'm doing. Um, and so I don't feel like I need to do anything as far as showing my face. And I have seen those that do it so that they are showing their face, and all the more power to them. But that's not the main thing I want to see. There's Cindy does hers so that her screen is huge, and you see her crafting, and then down in the corner, small, is her. But it's not to the point where there's so much of her that it's distracting. You know, you see the majority of what's going on the table. Right, Sala? I agree. Yes, Diana. They are murderous. And they might possibly make you want to murder somebody too. Okay, I'm over this one. What do you think? Do I need to put the berries in there? Should I move the word? Okay, so word here with the leaves. Word over here, so it looks kind of more like there's berries there with the leaves. Oh my god, Sola, that is awesome. Yes, definitely freedom. Oh my god, that's too funny. I had see, I don't, I like the wires in them. I don't mind the wire. I just don't like it when it starts, and this is an expensive bra, so it irritates me. It has poked itself up through where the armpit is, and it just keeps stabbing me in the armpit, and that's really irritating. Um, do I own needle and thread or a sewing machine? Yes, I do. Have I bothered to sew it so that it doesn't continue to poke me? No, I have not. Because I'm crafting, leave me alone. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing here. I've got like a serious lag on my side over here. That's funny, Frida. Oh my god, Sella. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's not a problem for me. I was watching uh Elizabeth Costa Rogers the other day, and she had lost something, and she was looking for it, and she's sitting at the table, and she's like, "Where'd it go? Where'd it go?" And she reaches down and lifts her breasts up and moves them out of the way, and I almost died. I'm like, mine, I, they don't get in the way that much, but it was hilarious. Okay, let's glue this puppy down. Oh, Pamela, stop yawning. It's very, very annoying. All right, I need, and that, my friends, was my best Colonel Clink. Where's my green? Did I put it away? Well, there's my green dauber, but where's my green pad? Where are you? I don't even know where the red one is. Did I clean up that good that I don't even... Ugh. They're not in their home. that much desk space, so they can't have gone far. Like, there's really nowhere for me to put them. Oh my lord. I know I used them earlier. Oh, I forgot my little helper was crawling through here. Hang on a second, I have a feeling he might have shoved them through to the other side over there. Hold on. Ouch. Scala. Scala. Oh my goodness, he did. There's the green one. Girl, stop it. Girl, stop it. Okay. Shh. Can you hear her? Yeah, right? She is hungry 24/7. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, granted, she did not used to know where her food was going to come from. So, it could partially be that, but... Okay, well, I found my other pad on the floor. But I have no idea where the lid is to it. Oh, good lord. One pad was on the other side, one pad was on the floor, so he's helped a lot today. Alright, now the next problem is I don't know what I did with that stamp. But that, I can't... Oh, there's the stamp. Okay. One problem solved. Alright, you guys go back in here. To prop them up, huh? Keep them where they needed to be. They get fed 3 times a day. So there's absolutely no reason, like, she doesn't normally get fed until, well, I guess it's about an hour from now, so, she's been screaming for a while, so. She acts like I starve her to death. Had to perk up the belly, huh? I would be fine with losing both of them. Hey, there's the lid. I don't know how it happened in my family, but my sister was much larger in that department than I was. In fact, she had gone to get a breast reduction. But unfortunately that did not happen because they put her under to do the surgery, and she had a heart attack and passed before they could even start the surgery. So, but there was, mom's not like that. poor mom can't even fill a bra out anymore. And it's never, none of the other women in our family are like that. So I don't, yeah, I don't know where my sister got it from. A hernia truss. Yeah, but wouldn't that be like wearing a bra? That would defeat the purpose. I can't imagine that being very comfortable. It has to be a way that's not restricting, right? It's called a stork. A stork is the bird that carries the babies. Oh, I just stamped my white shirt. A funny story. When I was born, way back in the day when you still stayed in the hospital for at least 2 or 3 days after you had a child instead of being sent home right away. My mom, they had brought me in to see her, because back in the day Harley, that tickles, bud. They kept the babies in a whole different spot. They didn't get to stay with the parents. But anyway, so they had brought the baby in to see mom, and mom's not really paying attention, you know. She's kind of delirious because she's had a baby and tired and that whole thing. And the nurse asks her, because my maiden name was Brown, like the color, and the nurse asks her, she's like, how do you spell brown? And my mom's like, you know, like the color, BROWN. They had brought the wrong baby. And this was like, I think she said, I think it was like a whole day that I had been born. And so, yeah. So mom's never been sure that I am actually the correct child. See, Frida, that spelling in English would be storch. Because in English, the CH has a ch sound instead of a. Um, well, but it does. Doesn't it have that sound in German too? My my grandfather was German, and his name was Schiller. No, Sala, here in the States, they try to. I think you get like overnight or maybe 2 days. It just depends. Like, if there's complications, then you get to stay longer, but you don't. It's not like in Europe. We're not. There's not much that is set up to be family friendly, unfortunately. Um, like, jobs are more concerned with you being there than, oh, your child's sick, you need to stay home and take care of your child, you know. I mean, it's sad how, like, it will, and like Well, like how you were saying this morning about we were talking about schools, and they they don't start like regular schooling until they're 7 years old. Um, we would never get away with that here in the States, especially with families that are poorer, because it's their form of daycare. They can't wait to get them into school because it's their form of daycare. They need, they don't, daycare is so expensive here. Um, and schooling is free, but the before school care or after school care, or just regular daycare for kids that aren't in school yet is very expensive. So we're not, I don't feel that we're a very family oriented country as opposed to like some of the others. Like Australia is very much so more. I know my stepdaughter had was able to stay in the hospital for almost a week, and they had all kinds of people that were coming in to help them um, with a lot of different things. Like, they taught them how to give them a bath, and they taught them, um, they worked for like a couple days with her on making sure that she um, was able to breastfeed him, and just things that here it's like, oh, you can't do that. Oh, well, it'll happen. Don't worry about it. Yeah, see, Solo, in the States, we used to have our kindergarten, which is for 5-year-olds. You come in at 5, and they usually leave, and they're 6. Um, it used to be that it was just a half day thing, and now it's in a lot of places, like the school that I worked at, it was a full day um, thing for kindergartens for 5-year-olds to be there all day long learning the entire time. And that's just, they're they're not ready for that. It's very frustrating. Oh wow, okay. I'm over here trying to do it, make a hissing sound with the ch, and I can't do it. And a lot of it has to do with our healthcare system. Um, they just, they won't really pay for any more than a day in the hospital unless there's something that is, if there was a problem with the delivery. I know my husband, he had a heart attack, and they did triple bypass, and he was out of the hospital within, I think it was a week. Yeah, it was a week, which I thought was just crazy. That's major surgery. You sure you don't want to watch him longer than that? Yeah, see, Solid doesn't, we start, so preschool is for kids that are, um, it used to be, because now we've got, at least here in California, we've got a different system now where we have, and I know other states has it too, but I'm not sure if it's the same as how we do ours here. But um, we have what's called TK, which is transitional kindergarten, and for that, it's kids that are born from a certain time in June to, can't remember what it is. They've changed it now. Um, so they come in as 4 year olds, but by the end of this certain date, they have to be five. So it's like an extra year of kindergarten, basically. Um, but preschool is usually like 4 year olds, 3 4 year olds, basically 4 year olds, and then you would go into kindergarten. But now they've got the, because you couldn't start. It used to be you couldn't start kindergarten until you were five. Everybody gets that five paid weeks of vacation, no matter where you work. Yeah, see, vacation and maternity leave is pretty much dependent on the company you work for. I think there are some guidelines for maternity leave, but it's not a very long period of time. It's not months. I believe it's only a couple weeks. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I'm not sure exactly what it is. That one's finally done. We're putting it in the box. So, Frida, when you say rich, is it, are you talking like the government um is rich, or the people? So, um we pay a lot of taxes, but we don't really get much for them. Um yeah. And the people who make the laws are heavily influenced by parties that can pay them large sums of money to and when I say parties, I mean not like political parties, but like, maybe I should say entities that are able to pay large sums of money to influence decisions, to make it go, those decisions go in their favor. Does that make sense? Um, and it so a lot of decisions that are made aren't necessarily always made on what's best for the people. Um, Unfortunately, because that should be what, I mean, we're the ones that elect them. Uh, and they should be watching out for us, right? But that isn't what always happens. So I think we do pay a lot of taxes. Our people in the government get paid, like the people that make the decisions and stuff about laws and all that kind of stuff get paid well. Um, but it's not really returned to us, or not returned to us, but not, we don't benefit from it. We don't benefit from it as much as we should with how much money we pay. Does that make sense? Did I explain that right, you guys? Yeah, it just everything. I think a lot of it depends on the where the country places importance, and for some reason here, there's not much importance placed on. No, thank you, sir. There's not much importance placed on healthcare. Um, and there's more importance placed on things that a lot of times that benefits the rich and not the poor, and the rich don't need those benefits as much, you know what I mean? In my opinion. Housing here in California is insane. It's absolutely insane. So Sala, as an example, like I as a teacher, I get uh I get summers off um from like the beginning of June. Well, now I have as much time off as I want, but because I'm retired. But when I was teaching, it was beginning of June to mid August that we were off. And then we had 11 days during the school year that we could use. 11 days that if we got sick, or if we needed to take time off for a doctor's appointment, or a dental appointment, or anything like that, was all included in those 11 days. And if I needed to take it for a personal necessity reason, like when my stepdaughter was in town from Australia and I wanted to spend a couple days with them, I had to ask for it in writing and tell them what it was that I wanted it for. And I was denied some of the days that I wanted because they didn't think it was that important that I spend time with family that I don't see that often. That to me, that's very frustrating. But what you hear, like with what Diana's talking about, we get that's with some companies, like she says. There's other companies, like if you work at McDonald's, you're not getting vacation time. You're not getting a lot of times you're not even getting benefits and stuff for health. And all of our employers are the ones who um, choose what kind of health coverage we can get from insurance companies. 2 days vacation time for 30 working days. So every month you get 2 days. Yeah, maternity, any medical bills. But for maternity, yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty much, yeah, yeah. Um the rich do keep getting richer, and they get tax cuts and all of these things that they keep getting richer, but it's harder and harder for the working class to even survive because of poor health care, poor insurance for health, um, or no insurance for health, uh, and not getting paid enough, and it just, yeah, there's not enough done for there's it seems like if you're really rich, you get a lot of help, and if you're really poor, you get help. But if you're a uh, family that's you work and you reach you're getting a certain income, you're not going to get any help from the government unless there's some severe medical thing or something going on. Yes, Frida, you would think that that would be simple math. You would really think that that would be simple math. Yeah, so here in the state where I live, or in the city where I live, uh, my stepdaughter is paying, oh God, what is it? I know it's over 2,000 a month for a two-bedroom apartment. That's small. I don't know, Sandy. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to, with the state funded health care for all. I just don't think it's right that. I don't think it's right that people, especially people that are in the most need for medical care, can't get it because a lot of times they can't work, and it's harder for them to get what they need because they can't work, so they don't have money, and things are only covered to a certain extent. Um, and then there's other people that are in severe debt because they can't get decent insurance, even though they make decent money, but they can't afford to pay the bills because it's so incredibly high. Yeah, see, free, Solo, that's not how it works here. You had it just it everything is dependent on your employer and what your employer is willing to do as to whether or not you get a certain level of how many sick leave days you get or whether they provide insurance. I think there is something now where you have to work, if you work so many hours a day or a week or whatever, you qualify for, they have to provide you with medical insurance. But like I said, it's the employer that determines what kind of medical insurance you're going to get, as to what they want to pay out of their pocket and what you're going to pay out of your pocket and all that kind of thing. So, there's some school districts here that get paid really good and they get really good medical, and then there's others where they get paid really good but their medical isn't as good. So it just, yeah. So you are still paying for your medical care, but now does that 9%, let's say that I earn 100,000 a year and they take that 9%, um but Joe Blow next to me only makes 50,000 a year and they take that 9%. Is that person getting the same exact medical care as what I'm getting, as far as like the insurance and that kind of thing? My so living here in California, my youngest stepdaughter is in a wheelchair. She got hit by a car 13 months ago, or 13 years ago. I'm sorry, 13 years ago. Um, she's unable to work um, because she's in so much pain most of the time, and she is expected to live on $380 a month, which is not possible. It's just not possible. Yeah, that's insurance basically gets you into wherever it is you're going to go get the help, and then it depends on your employer as to whether they have agreed to pay for their part and your part as to whether it's going to be a high deductible or no deductible, and how much this is going to cost and how much that's going to cost. And so you can't get any Social Security, Diana? What about because I know Amanda, I don't think had paid into it enough. That's weird. Yeah, our Sala, our tax system is the same. You pay um, so much based on income level, um, but then there's all these deductions and things that you can take, but you have to be like a genius in order to figure most of it out to get it so it's worth your money. Hi, Jenny. Welcome. You've walked into an interesting conversation. We've got Sala, who is from Finland, and Frida, who's from Germany. And we're kind of learning about each other's countries and their welfare systems, and or not welfare, but like healthcare systems and all that kind of stuff. Wow, Diana, that's crazy. $72 a month. Like you can actually even do anything like that. Jenny, I'm in California. Yeah, Sala. Yeah. Mortgage, whether you've invested your money in different things like that, but it's crazy, absolutely crazy on what you can you, just to be able to figure out what you can get deductions for and all that kind of stuff is you have to know a lot in order to do it. Solid. It's a quarter to three here in the morning. I haven't gone to bed yet. No. I'm a night owl. It's not uncommon for me to be up at this time still. Okay, there's that. Let's see. I need a word. I need a word. Guess what I've hidden from myself again? Of the words. Oh, that's right, huh, Diana? You haven't gone to bed yet either, have you? Okay. Oh, you took an Angie nap then? So, Sala, my brother-in-law passed on the 30th, and he has been disabled for many years. He injured his back um, when he was working for a grocery store, and has never been able, like, he's had several surgeries and just a Harley nap. Right? You sleep for a while, you get up and wreak havoc, and then go back to bed for a while. Thank you, Sala. But so anyway, what I was saying is, so he was getting money from Social Security, and he was making a decent sum. Well, he has passed, and she no longer gets that money. I don't know if it's the same thing for you guys or not, but she gets no portion of that money that they needed in order to survive. You know what I mean? So it just, yeah. And just because he's gone doesn't mean that she doesn't need some of that. You know, I mean, still has the house to pay for and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Are you retired, Sandy? Thank you, Frida. I didn't really know him. Um, they live in Florida, and I met him. He came out for our wedding, and then there was one other time that he was here, and I don't remember what that other time was for. Um, one of those times he stayed with us, and then the other time he stayed. They have a sister too that lives here in Sacramento as well. She's, like 5 minutes away from where we're at. Um, so I'd only met him the two times, but I've talked with him and interacted with him on Facebook and stuff like that. So um, it's just been really hard on my husband. He's struggling because that was his basically his best friend, and there's things that that'll happen, and he's like, oh, I gotta, and then, oh yeah, that's right, I don't get to talk to him anymore. So it's been rough on him. But it's also, we went to Florida for 2 weeks because we wanted to help. We wanted to help his wife get everything figured out, and you know help her with whatever we could help her with. And he has come home with a new perspective on things. Um, and like, I've been trying for years to get him. Dang it! I hate when that happens. I've been trying for years to get him to move to either Seattle or Washington or Oregon. Um, and it's pretty much been no, 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 no. I don't want to do that. Let's just stay here. And I'm like, okay. So I finally resigned myself to staying here, and I got a message from him the other day on Messenger. for house listings along the Oregon coast. And I'm like, oh, okay. So he's really starting to look at things differently and what he wants his retirement to look like instead of just going at it as, oh, okay, well, this is what he's a person. He's very much so a person that's a creature of habit. Um, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't like when that habit is upset. Um, yeah. So thank you, Jenny. Yeah. No. No widow's pension. Which is really sad because you get to. I mean, what if you're a family where as the wife, you only you didn't work. You took care of the children and you took care of the house and you took care of your husband and your husband passes and you've never worked a day in your life. How are you supposed to get by, especially if you have say that unfortunately that the husband passes early, early on in life, and you've got young children. How are you supposed to survive without him there and his income that was taking care of your children, so that, yeah, it makes it really hard. Frida, that's pretty much the same thing here. I get a decent amount of money because of the money that is taken out of my check, or was taken out of my check each month to put into a retirement fund so that I get paid from that. And then because I didn't start teaching until I was in my 30s. And so because of that, I have enough credits that I can also apply and get Social Security. But the way that it's done and collected and paid, it's not guaranteed that there will always be enough money there for those who have paid into it, which is very sad. But people don't, they don't want to pay into it, but they want to benefit from it, which I get it. Nobody wants to have their money taken away from them, but at the same time, if you want to be able to get that money, you need to be able to pay into that money. So, yeah, they will. And that's one thing, Diana, that I really like is that they will help take care of the children, but yeah, only to a certain point, and then that ends. Are taxes bad in Washington? I don't think they're any worse than they are here in California. Yeah, Sola. Yeah, we're supposed to live longer, but if we haven't worked because we could afford at the time to be able to raise our family and do well for our family, then uh, you seem to get punished for it later on down the road. That's funny, Sandy. I live in Sacramento, so it's Northern California, but it's in the middle of the state. We're it's in the middle of, how do I explain it? If you think about from the ocean to the Nevada border, we're about halfway in between there. Um, I would imagine we're probably about half-ish between the top of California and wherever. Well, it's hard to say because we're kind of basically broken up into threes. We've got Northern California, the Central Valley, and then Southern California. So we're like kind of more in like the top third-ish of it because we're not really Central Valley, but we're not that far from Central Valley either. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Um, Oregon coast is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, Sacramento is the capital. Yeah. Um, Oregon coast is gorgeous, and some of the houses that I've seen on Zillow and the price that they're going for, and the amount of land that they have. I mean, we can get way more than what we have now. We've got right now 1,400 square feet, but we're not on acreage. Like we're not even a half an acre. Um, it's we have very small lots here, and we've got uh, neighbors very close on two sides, and then not as close, but not very far away on the back side of us. So yeah, 101's gorgeous. Even starting here in California and going up 101 is absolutely gorgeous. So we've looked at Brookings, which is a really tiny city. There's like 6,000 people. That's not far from the California border, California Oregon border. Um, but I kind of am concerned about a place like that because they don't have a hospital. They have a hospital ish, like they're level 4 trauma, which means they can get you stabilized and then you're shipped off somewhere else, medevaced somewhere else. Um, I would rather be a little bit, and then like for doctor's appointments and like, well, there's doctors there, but like if you need anything, like major stuff looked into, then it's like a 2 hour drive, and that just is no. I don't know if I could do that. So we've got a couple different places that we're kind of looking at. So yes, the mentalist. Yep. There was a movie too that was filmed and written by a person from Sacramento, and I can't remember the name of it now. She was an Asian girl. Can't remember the name of it now, but I want to say it had something to do with the name was something to do about with a bird or something. Um, California is very expensive. Um, from what we've seen, um, it is cheaper for us to live there, even in a coastal town, whereas coastal town here is a lot more money, even though it's the same coast. Makes no sense to me. Thank you, Jenny. Hey, Jen. Treat you to brunch. Those hubbies, I swear, they're just not very considerate sometimes, huh? Don't they realize we have important crafting conversations to talk about? So, Jenny, where do you live? And Jen, where do you live? So, Jen, how did you find me? I know Jenny from other lives and stuff, but Jen, are you a junk journaler? How did you find me? And where are you from? Third degree here. New Mexico. Okay, so you're not far from me then. You're a West Coaster. So are you, or well, not West Coast, but um, not Midwest either. I don't know. Southwest. Yeah, Southwest. Um, so it's probably about 4 a.m. there then? South of Detroit. Okay. Just scrolling. Okay. And are you a crafter? Do you do junk journaling and stuff? I craft when I'm not just staring at the TV talking to the chat. Oh man, what did I just do? Mm. Oh, that's nice, Dala. We my so where my bonus daughter and my husband has 4 daughters, and the second oldest and her husband and the 2 boys live in Australia, and they're in Sydney, and everything that they need is in walking distance for them. Um, they really don't. They have a car. They use it very little. They they both work for the university there in Sydney, and they live not too far from there, but it's not close enough that they can walk. It used to be close enough for them to walk. Um, but then they moved. They bought when they first moved there. They were just renting, but then they bought a house, and so it's a little bit further away. But they have electric bikes, and that's what they use to get to and from work. And they've got the boys' school is right is on well is just down the street from where she works, and so it makes it really easy for them to get the kids to school as well. um, and he has his bike has this big seat on the back of it, and they laugh and call it the oh god, what is it? It's like kind of like what we call soccer moms here in the States. um it's like the minivan version of a bike. But we love it there because you want coffee, you get up and walk down the street a little ways. You want this or that, the grocery store, it's down the street just a little ways. It's just really a completely different way of living. Whereas here, um, where I live, you have to have a car because the grocery store is not close. The coffee shop is not close. The restaurant is not close. Everything is um, at a distance that you do need to have a vehicle in order to get the things that you need. So okay, so that statement doesn't sound a whole lot different than here. um so Jen, if you're still here, we've got Salo that's from Finland and Frida is from Germany. And then there's me and Sandy that are West Coasters, and everybody else is uh like Midwest onto, or well, either Southern or East Coast basically. Except for you. I'm sorry. Stranger danger? Who's stranger danger? I am stranger. I don't think that's what you're talking about, though. I don't want that there. Okay. Solly, you're hilarious. That's too funny. Alright, what are we going to do with this puppy? Where is my paper pad? Actually, no, let's do... Why can I not stop yawning? Oh, I think we lost Lovely, didn't we? Jay left us. Did she say bye and I missed it? Or is she lurking? Jay likes to lurk. About my envelopes. Yes, ma'am. You're being very cryptic, Sandy. Okay, I am trying to find... Why... Do you guys see a small pocket with a circle on it right now? Or do you see my craft mat with a green ink pad on it. You see the circle, okay? I see craft mat with my ink pad on it. Sandy sees the circle. All right, so it must just be. I mean, I know that there's a little bit of lag between lag. That one's hard to decipher. Anyway, or say the two different ones. I know that there's a little bit of difference in speed there, but I didn't think it was that much. That's kind of crazy. Jenny, you don't see the ink pad? No? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing on my end. Little bit weird. Okay, let's find something to go with our little circle guy. As much as I am yawning, I don't understand why my brain doesn't think it has oxygen. That's too big. Is the ink pad in the room with us? My envelope just now on my screen, my envelope just now appeared. Just now. It's very slow. I'm surprised Amy hasn't been here yet today. I know that's really big, but that's not the right color either. Okay. Oh my god, I need this yawning to stop. Because every time I yawn, it makes my eyes watery and it makes my nose snuffly, and I'm a mess, guys. I'm a mess. I'm wondering, because I think this is really super cute. That's still cracking me up. Is the ink pad in the room with us? Come on, Christmas tree, stand up. Okay, there's that. I like that. So I asked this question yesterday, but I have some different people here today, so I'm going to ask it again. When you make clusters, do you have a like a, not necessarily a rule, but how do you have like a certain way that when you make your clusters, you make your clusters exactly this way every single time? Inquiring minds want to know, because I'm cockadoodie at clusters. Formula. Yes, Sandy, there's the word. I'm retired. I don't have to think anymore, right? Yes, Sandy, it is. I think I've found my version of Marty. For those of you that know Marty, Marty's always on Juju's case about stuff like that. So, thank you, Sandy. Sala. I just start somewhere and see where it goes. Sometimes my starting point is the focal point. Sometimes it's not. Okay. Yes, it does stop it from clogging. The nice thing is though that it doesn't, so if the pin's not in there, my glue's not going to dry up because the little metal spout thing's going to get clogged up, and but then it's hard to, yeah. Well, Sala, I was hoping you had like some like formula that you used and made it so that it worked. Right, Sala? Donata. So you don't have a formula either, Sandy? Just what seems right. What about you, Frida? Or do you do clusters? I don't remember if you do clusters or not. I know you do a lot of very yummy, grungy stuff. Sorry, my nose keeps running. So Diana follows the theme, but basically what feels right. Sala. Yeah, there are. So, oh, you wouldn't know what to use it for once you made it. So I asked yesterday, and Diane has pretty much like a formula that she uses. She does like a piece of book page, a piece of paper, fabric. There was 5 things, and I can't remember. Maybe it was 3 pieces of fabric, or 3 pieces of paper, a book page, and the focal point, or it might have been 2 pieces of paper, fabric, the focal point, and like a word or something. Um, and I know for me, I like to have, when I'm doing a cluster, I usually like to have like 3 pieces of paper, a focal point, and a word. Um, but that still doesn't make it easy for me to put it together. And I mean, here I'm only trying to do 3 things. I'm only trying to put 2 things there and this, because that kind of, for me, the paper is already there with the what I've already done. So lace, yeah, something dimensional. Oh, so you don't use your clusters when you do it? Okay. If I made it, I want to use it. You don't like words or sayings, Diana? Neither does Seven Plaza. She hates, what does she call it? Is it sentiments, I think is what she calls it? She says they creep her out. That seems really long. But I can cut it down. Um, yeah, I struggle with junk journal words sometimes too. Um, but for like this, for a Christmas journal, that it's pretty easy. It's all gonna kind of fit. But um, yeah, sometimes words are, and a lot of times more so with clusters for other for my junk journals for like vintage kinds and stuff. Um, it's more a label than a word. And it could be a blank label or it could be a label that has just, like some sort of like little advertisement or stuff. I used to like want to make it so that whatever was on that label had to go with whatever it was that I was working on. I mean, go with it as far as like if it was Christmas, then it had to have something to do with Christmas. Well, that's not a good example because that still is the same. I don't know. Like, it doesn't bother me to put a random ad about lithography or um, washboards or something like that in with something that doesn't have anything to do with that because it's more of a background kind of thing than on theme. Cat, stop. Hey, what are you doing back there? The random ads about cough syrup. There's some that I have some ads that I've seen and I'm like, really, why? What? why is why is somebody creating this to go into a junk journal? That just does not make any sense to me, I think we're gonna use the red this time since it's more pinky. They Yeah, I mean I try when it comes to words, um if it's a word that's like a saying or a sentiment or um like hope or anything like that, it needs to match whatever it is that I'm doing. But if it's just a label, I don't worry about that as much because a lot of times that label's going to end up getting covered up anyway, partially covered up, so it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really matter what it says on it. I haven't always been like that though. Like that's just within the past couple months that I've been able to do that. Um, Mama Juju taught me. Well, she didn't teach me. She I told her about my 15-minute, because I was doing Pam's, Pam from Silver and Sparkles 15-minute challenge, and I made some clusters, and uh, I got 2 done. That was all, 2 clusters, because just simply auditioning things so many times. Um, and so she started telling, she's like, okay, pick up a piece of paper, drop it, pick up another piece of paper, drop it, pick up another piece of paper, drop it. All right, now find your focal point, drop it. Whoops. Find your focal point, drop it, staple it, it's done. And I'm like, but what if I don't like where it lands? It doesn't matter, it's done. And then Di said, well, you can move something one time. And I'm like, okay, that makes me feel a little bit better that I can at least move it one time. But like, if I don't like, if this flower landed like upside down, then I would pick that up and move it so that it wasn't upside down anymore. But, so I call that the just drop it cluster method a la Mama Juju. And it actually has kind of been working for me. Like, but I do, okay, I have to be honest. I do aim. It doesn't mean that it's obviously always going to land there, but I do kind of aim. You know, I try to, okay, I kind of want it to land over here somewhere, so I'm going to drop it closer instead of like, okay, dropping it from here. Hey, Di. Oh my God, were your ears just burning? Because I totally was just talking about you. Is your concert still going on? And it's pouring rain? Oh no. It must not be a very good concert if you're on for... You're on here with me. It must not be very good. I know you don't love me that much, Di. It does kind of remind me of blood too. But I had another one on this side that when you stamped it, it looked even more like blood. But this, once you get the stuff on there, it's not as bloodish looking because some of it gets covered up. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. I don't remember what time it is in Australia right now. That's funny. She's at a concert and she's coming on a live to see what's going on. Oh, it's an interval. Wow. That's right. It was an all-day thing, huh? Okay. Solid. Oh, gosh. Oh. Yes. The elf gave his sweat, blood, and tears. No elves were harmed in the making of this pocket. Well, Frito, they're cover bands, obviously. um, but it's been like a most of the day event. I think she said there was like 8 different bands or something. The real Nightmare Before Christmas. I think she said it was like 8 bands or something, and it was all like 60s, 70s, 80s kind of music. Okay. Blood splatter and all. It's done. Oh yes, no, I agree. I loved Pink Floyd. That was I was living in England at the time where when they were um, becoming very popular. Solid. Well, that one's not sewn. I attempted to sew it, but it didn't work. Bye, Di. Have fun. How many countries have I lived in? Technically 3. Um, here in the States, but here in the States, I've lived in, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5 different cities just here in California. I was born in Nebraska, and then my parents went to college in Montana. And that's where my sister was born. And then we moved to Washington after that, and I lived in Seattle, Tacoma, Yakima, Selah, Spokane, and I think there might have been one more. And then we moved when I was in junior high, so I was in actually it was at the end of 8th grade. It was in 9th grade when I started. We moved to Saudi Arabia for 2 years. But the school that I was at only went to 9th grade, and so they sent us off to boarding schools, and so I went to boarding school in England for a year. So oh my God, Brenda, that is the most incredible summary ever. uh, that's hilarious. Make clusters and avoid using red to splatter. Oh my God. Yeah, Pink Floyd's awesome. I love them. Country music's good. My okay, Solly, here comes my oddness. My favorite singer right now is Post Malone. Mind you, I'm 62 years old. But it's not older Posty. It's more of his newer stuff, his kind of countryish stuff. But some of the stuff that was before that, that's kind of uh, rap, but not. I don't like his rap that's like drugs and alcohol and gangs and that kind of stuff. But I love me some Posty. Toby Keith is good. Yes, I just love him. And he's such. I saw an interview with him, um, and he has got like the southern like the manners of a well raised southern boy. Well, maybe not a well raised southern boy, but a Southern boy that knew that he needed to respect his mama and his elders. Like the woman he was talking to, everything was yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, and just very polite and a little more well spoken than what I would expect him to be. Um, yeah, I don't know. I just adore him, and I like tats. I mean, I'm not a fan of face tats, but yeah. She did sound like she was singing Posty, didn't she? She's like, "Feed me, woman, feed me." You don't get fed, don't. Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. That's like older Posty. Oh my god. Oh wow, Queen's right. Megadeth. I used to love listening to like headbanger, like full on headbanger kind of rock. Um and then for a while my I was in excuse me. I was into uh I call it death rock. Um I can't remember the name of the song, but part of the lyrics is ooh ah, ah, ah. You guys probably know which song that is, but or you may not. But anyway, that's just that bang your head and just yeah. Elvis, huh? Disturbed, yes. Yes, thank you, Saw the Disturbed. Yeah. I've gone through many different phases. It was all country there for a while, and I had the cowboy boots and the western dresses, and um, I had a cowboy hat, and I went duck hunting with my boyfriend, and yeah, it was yeah. And then that phase kind of petered out, and that was about the time that the death rock started. We're gonna go see Lumineers in San Francisco here in a week or two. Oh no, Di, that sucks. Hey, Carrie. Yay, I'm glad you came here. So exciting. Carrie's just getting up. Oh, Carrie, are you headed to your daughter's? So have you figured out your playlist as you're cruising up the cruising up the freeway tour? Yes. That lead singer's voice is awesome. I love I don't know if you guys follow Carrie or not, but she's got her shorts. I always love watching her shorts because it's got the music that I grew up with, and it just always is so bouncy and happy. And then her colors, her junk journals are always really colorful and bright and fun. And she's like the one she's been working on lately is a Barbie journal and junk journal out of a little golden book, right, Carrie? Um, but yeah, they're just always so fun. Yes, he does have crazy range. Well, and to make those ooh ah ah noises and the I, you just yeah. I sound like a monkey doing it. He did not. Vintage Barbie readers. Okay, that's right. That's right. I remember you talking about that with your daughter. Okay, let's use some stickers. What time is it? Oh my goodness. It's 3:45. Solid Carry has a ton of energy. A ton of energy. She's so fun. Um, well, I started my live at 5, or not at 5, I'm sorry, 5 hours ago, 5.5 hours ago. Um, Before that, I was watching Juju and doing, editing a video. But I made, my little Rudolph. Right? We're past brunch now. Most of this was done already, but I painstakingly, torturously sewed the yeah. My I think it took me like an hour and a half to get my signatures sewn into the book, but so this is all I have is this part, and then I stitched around papers and stuff. That's the only decoration that's in here. But yeah, so it's ready to. This is my prototype. I've got 26 of them, Carrie, that I'm intending to work on. So yeah, that's my little golden book so far. Trying to get Christmas ready. The only energy you know is candy related. I don't think that Carrie's is even coffee induced. I think Carrie's just one of those people that naturally has bunches of energy and is always so happy. Carrie has candy. Oh no, Sella ate your lunch. Rude. Where'd my stickers go? I want my stickers. They're in a bag right there. You're really very hateful. I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt that, woman. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can imagine your poor son walking in. Mom, what are you listening to? You've got country, you've got rock, you've got, yeah. Just do them all, Frida. Do them all and see where your creativity goes. I can't, where are the rest of my stickers? Oh, right here in front of me. How's that? Have fun in the craft kitchen, Frida. Right, you do have to balance it. Definitely have to balance it. That's why you got to get some of that other stuff in there. Okay, let's see. Let's do a red tag. Or not tag, that's a label. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, it can go that way. And let's do Holly Jolly Wishes. Okay, that works for me. It already has words on it. Let me put it down and see if I need anything else. I don't think I do, but... Oh my goodness, stop it, woman. Ah. Yeah, Brenda, I'm a lot like that too. Like, my husband loves pretty much everything the Luminaires have ever done. He loves pretty much everything. Oh God, what's the Luminaires? Lumineers, sorry. There's another one that's sings the same kind of music. I can't remember, but he loves pretty much everything they do too. And I'm like, I mean, I do love Posty, but I don't like all of his songs. Pam was so entertaining, I could not leave. Our conversation has been eclectic. Have you noticed that? Bye, Frida. Enjoy the craft kitchen. Actually, can we get this little puppy in here too? It has been an interesting night of conversation. Of Monsters and Men, I have no idea. I'm horrible with titles and names and stuff. I'm horrible with words. I'm horrible. My brain is just, yeah. Um, we are an eclectic group. Very much so, Carrie. you've got Sala, who has young kids. Um, and then there's me, the 62-year-old fart sitting over here. Different parts of the country, different parts of the world, different, yeah. Our backgrounds are all quite different. I think that makes it fun. Oop, don't like that. I had to stop and think for a second. Is Frida in Saturday still? She is. She's just further into Saturday than what we are. I really want to put this in here, but I don't know. I'm thinking more over that way or down this way, but I don't know if I can get my thing up. Oh, you're used to it, Sala? I don't know. I think it's kind of funny that and I know I haven't scrapbooked for a while, so I don't know if this is still true, but like when I was into scrapbooking, the majority of the women were 30ish, like early 30s, late 30s, early 40s. Um had young kids for the most part. Um but with junk journaling, I mean, I every time I look at what my population is that I that are my viewers, it's mostly older women that are late 40s on up. So yeah, and I don't know why, because, well, I, there's that other kind of junk journaling that the younger generation seems to be doing a lot of, um, where you just use your coffee cup and other stuff that you don't, you know what I mean. Today I went shopping and I bought this. Here's the receipt for it, and I did this, and here's the receipt for that, and I ate here, and here's the napkin from there. Yeah, Sala. But see, and for me, I mean, I'm making junk journals, but for me, I use them more as a um, place to store my memories for memory keeping. Um, I use them more for like putting pictures in and then journaling about whatever that was, or for like a trip, for a travel journal or something like that. So I'm not overly thrilled with it, but it's all stuck down. So, and solid just for you, I'm going to use green. But see, I'm not a journaler per se, as far as yay, Sala! Woo, woo, woo! That's awesome, girl. Nice job. I don't even know where I'm at right now. Last time I looked, it was 650 something. So that's fantastic. Right there. My silly woot. I'd be crazy. 600 and... Come on. 653. I noticed that I have a little bit smaller growth, or slower growth this time. I've been kind of hitting 100 every 2 weeks. And it's taking me a little longer this time, but I also haven't posted as many videos because it was harder to do when I was in Florida. And I've got stuff that I have recorded. I just need to get it into, I just need to edit it. And I did edit one today, so I should hopefully be able to get that up tomorrow. I need to get that up tomorrow. I need to get it up before the next library card challenge happens. When did you start, Sala? How long have you been doing this? That's so exciting. Yay. Bye, Carrie. Thank you for stopping by, and drive safe, please. I will look forward to your videos as you're cruising up the freeway, jamming to your tunes. Are you and Leslie going to do a live? Okay, I never thought that, I thought this ink came off easily, but it's not doing it. I don't like this background. It was supposed to be washable, and it's not. Okay, what to do here? We did a snow globe over there. Whew. Santa's on his way. No. No, no, no. Hi, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. So you've been doing it for a while. I just started in February, so I'm assuming that that's been pretty quick growth. Um, to me, it has seemed torturous. I just want to do something very simple on this one. Di did break me. She keeps popping in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. I'm like a broken record, huh? Stella's a pretty funny girl. Where did the rest of those go? I had some really cute... Oh, there they are. There they are. Why was, that other band that bad that they ended that quickly? Oh, okay, Di. If they can sing that one and pull it off, then that's good. Oh, that's not bad, Solid. That's pretty good, especially since you said you took some time off. Um, because I said you were popping in and out. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. Hi, Di. Bye, Di. So, yeah. I sounded like a broken record. That's how you broke me. I sound all stuffy. Oh, gosh, don't go on the floor. No, that doesn't match the other side. You'd rather be hanging out with us than the old man, huh? we have had some very interesting conversations, Di. Very interesting conversations. Healthcare, vacation time. Um, I've learned that Sulla may come across as very reserved, at least in person or person-ish, but she's way different when she gets on a keyboard. What else have we talked about? Music taste, bras. The record just went bam. Bam. Okay. I want to use like a little flag. Where'd it go? A little flag thingy like this. Oh my gosh. Stop doing that. But I don't have one. It's the quiet ones. I know, right? It is easier to be witty when you're typing. I agree, Sala. I agree. Okay. Think, Pamela, think. Think a dink a dink. Alright. Can't see anything there that's going, yes, I want that. It's a good thing you don't have any lives tomorrow, Di. You wouldn't have been able to do a live tonight anyway. That's why you were all worried. How am I going to tell her that I can't do it when I've got to be at a concert? Live from the concert. Live from. So are these local bands, Di, or are they bands that are known throughout Australia? They have to watch their hearing. Oh my god. Sully, you're killing me, girl. So they are well known. Okay. So it's a pretty big thing then. We went to a concert in Townsville one time. They have that big, I don't know if, I assume you've heard of it. The big, like there's a week or two of just like concerts and different art type things that are going on. And we were there at that time one time. And we saw a play and we went to a concert there too that was really cool. I don't remember the name of the band though, but it was an Aussie band, but they were a group that, I mean, they had songs that I knew, so Elf Goes Red or Grinch Grows Green. Uh, okay, I'm not as quick as you are. Something about pink. Either I'm not as quick as you are, or it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I haven't had any sleep yet, so um, brain just can't quite do it. That's not what I want. I said I had another tree that was a different. Well, that is a different color, but it's not a different enough color. I don't know where my voice is going. What is going on here? Well, that's kind of a cute tree. You can carry a tune in a bucket. Pam goes pink. Makes sense. I guess it does, huh? I had, this is funny. I had a couple girls when I taught 6th grade that kept telling me I was the pretty pink princess, and they liked to draw like anime and stuff, so I would always get all these little drawings from them. Um, that said, you know, that said the pretty pink princess on them and stuff. It was kind of cute. Focus me, I can't. I am ADHD. Did I say that? ADHD, yeah. Didn't know it until after menopause hit. Apparently, if you have it and then hit menopause, it intensifies it. No, diet is not fun, especially if you've got one of those bladders. I don't know if you guys ever seen the commercials that we have here about the gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. That's my bladder. Like, I stand up and my bladder says, you gotta go to the bathroom. We get about halfway there and it's like, you really need to go to the bathroom. Run. It's like, wait a minute, you didn't give me much warning. That's solid. There we go. That I can live with. Now that everything's in my hand and there's only a little bit left in there. I had my this is my third marriage. My second marriage, my husband, his sister and her husband were deadheads, and when they went to concerts, they wore baby diapers, or well, adult diapers, but they wore diapers so that they wouldn't have to go to the bathroom and miss any of the concert. um Sala, I was diagnosed with it at 61 years old. They kept telling me it was just anxiety and depression and other stuff, and I started seeing some videos on TikTok, and I'm like, no way, that's me. No way, that's me. And so I just kind of one day when I was like so completely fed up with my lack of motivation and my just a lot of stuff, I sat down and I sent a message to my doctor and I said, I am driving myself insane. I and I listed, this is why, this is what's going on. And I had a prescription for ADHD medication not too long after that. She's like, yeah, you're ADHD. I mean, they didn't base it just off of that. They had me fill out forms and ask other questions, and the smell is medieval. Sandy, apparently it is really not that unheard of. I would imagine to some extent, yeah. See, that would not happen here, Di. The restrooms at our concerts, or well, especially the porta potties, are like hold your breath and hope that you can go really fast. I think Sala's cringing at my color choices. Oh yeah, that wouldn't be good. You know, so they put me on Wellbutrin, um, which is what they had me on already for anxiety. So I don't. It's really hasn't done different. Um, so I don't really take it that much anymore. I've just started learning ways to deal with the things that I know are hard for me. Um, like if I've got a project that I really need to get done, my mom will come over because I've learned that body doubling is something that motivates me. It's not that I need her help, but it's that if she's there, I'm going to get it done. Um, of course, Mary Jane is lingering there. What do you expect? But yeah, so like body doubling is something that I have totally started using for my benefit because I'll get it done that way. But the remembering part and the whole social thing, I can't. Yeah. I mean, I don't get a ton done, but I'm getting stuff done. It still takes me time. Bye, Di. See, she just made me say bye again. And then she'll come back and I'll have to say hi again. And now I'm Dr. Seuss. Yeah, so body doubling's one of them. I tried to set timers so I don't get lost down the rabbit hole. Will I be back? Start your bets now. You will, just to make me say hi and bye again. I know that your favorite thing to do is torture me. My memory is shot too, and some of it could honestly be that I do have thyroid issues, so some of it could be that, but yeah, especially just finding words and stuff, and then I start to panic because my dad had dementia and Alzheimer's, and I'm like, okay, am I getting one of those, or a girl has to be good at something. You're good at a lot of stuff, girl. Primarily irritating people, but you're good at a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys were at her live on Thursday. She she stops. Vanessa's talking and she stops and she says, "Wait a minute. I need to set the rules or set the guidelines for my mods. Anybody that says gnomes or pearls will be kicked out." It was so funny. Alzheimer's is scary, Sulla. Is she gonna get me? It is scary. My dad was an incredibly intelligent man. Um, he was an engineer. He just uh, rude, Pam. True, but rude. It's funny. I'm not the one that said it. You're the one that said it. I was just telling everybody what you did. Um, I mean, he got to the point where he could remember stuff that was old. Um, like several times he told me about the big tree that was across the street and what they had to do to get it out of there and all this other stuff. But he couldn't remember things that had happened recently. Um, but he was starting to not remember who mom was. Um, but knew that she was someone that he could depend on, but didn't know her, my dad. um, right, Sala? She said she was leaving and then she just lurked. That was not fair. And no, it doesn't count. Because she never left us. Yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily a like there's a lot of things that could cause it. For me, ADHD, my mind's going 90 miles an hour most of the time. It's hard to remember words when, especially if I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. That's why I say so much. But yeah, that's, I think, it's, yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, it's not necessarily a sign that it's ADHD, Alzheimer's, or dementia. Unless it's something where it's like, he's just really not. My dad, he would, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's not. But like, he would put his pants on and then put his underwear on over top of that, or was he did something weird with his toothbrush. I can't remember what it was, but it just, yeah, just things that were kind of funny, but sad at the same time. Oh wow, that's crazy, Brenda. Dad had he also had sundowners. Um but there was apparently this little old man that sat in the chair next to him. Not in that chair, but like in the chair that was on the other side next to him. And he would turn and look at the guy, or who was guy who was supposedly there, turn and look at him, and then he'd turn to my mom and tell my mom, "Oh yeah, so and so wants this." I can't remember what he named the guy, but so and so would like to have this, and like mom was supposed to get up and make him a meal or something. It was kind of funny. So, alrighty, it's almost 4:30 in the morning. I need to get to bed before the sun appears. So there is my last creation. I'm really not overly thrilled with it, but it worked. There's no blood on it for you, Solace, so hopefully you can function through your day and not have to worry about any blood. Yeah, me too, Sala. Yes, I have 6 hours and 5 minutes, and you got here right when I was getting ready to leave. Oh well, I can murder it up for you if you want me to. Oh hi Jenny, but we're just getting ready to leave because it's 4:20, and I should probably crawl in bed before the sun comes up. So yeah. Oh, Brenda, it's too late for Brenda. She's been here almost the entire time. So, yeah, I do need to go to bed. But I can sleep in because I'm retired. So, yeah. That's one of the good things about getting old. All right, ladies, thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Thank you for those of you that hung out with me almost all night. I love it. We'll be back again tomorrow after dark. So, bye.